Hello, everyone, and welcome back to ISS. We're here after a week's break. We're here with the final four teams. It's Cutie Patooties versus Get Me a Goal in this winners final. How are you doing, Frying Pan Man?
Doing incredible. And I mean, these teams have all been fighting it out. We just had the group stage last week, top four teams going in. But first up, before we can get to the rest of them, we've got the winners final to decide who's moving to grands and who's going to have one last chance in losers. And yes, like you said, Get Me a Goal, Cutie Patooties fighting it out. Two very favorite teams, two very nice positive scores in the group stage. I'm not familiar with all the players here, but some of them I've seen in the comp queues. I've seen them run it down. I've seen them play with me, but I want to see how they all play together this game.
Yeah, we'll see. Of course, I have the scoreboard flipped. That's on me. Cutie Patooties on the blue side here, and we're seeing the Cutie Patootie special, right? Yunaka on the X Ultra Dre has been a bit of a beast on that pick, and of course, we'll see if Torin can push up safely because they love pushing up. The Cutie Patooties get so much value when pushing up together with the goalie, but it's also their biggest downfall.
And Torin's going to get more chances at it here with Dubu Extra Special. You get a lot of ways to set up, but I've seen goalies like Torin and others have difficulties being risk averse, let's say, when pushing up. I am curious about the Powerhouse Pauldron's Finny, though. That is quite a pick.
Yeah, the damage output, at the very least, will be quite significant. Let's see if the Rasmus and the Estelle can deal enough chip to really make it matter here. But heading into this game, what do you think about the awakening choices on the starters?
Well, this patch in general has been pretty damage kill heavy, I feel like, despite what I had originally thought when I saw the patch notes. And especially with Ad Rush, I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of that. A lot of characters here that can chip at you. Finny, Estelle, Rasmus especially with Get Me a Goals comp can definitely shut down X if Yunaka isn't careful and doesn't get a lot of chances here. We're already seeing Yunaka take quite a bit of a hit, although is still very well standing. Good on them for doing so. But if well, if the damage can continue scaling, I think X is going to be very difficult in this matchup, to say the least.
Yeah, good strike by spots to send it away from the roll of Torin, and now the core drifting towards the other net. Respect trying to send it with some core speed. Flip available spots to the bottom corner, right past everybody, and the first goal will go to goal.
Really good eye there. Yunaka unfortunately taking a bit of a hit, but I'm very excited to see Yunaka scale past it either way. Symbiotic, though, making a lot of those early chances to move through, especially since they're not having to take the damage as much with the midfielding and all that. Already getting a barrier down. Torin taking the advantage to also move up. Good movement on Torin for that, especially when your forward's going to be getting hit by that damage. You want to find those opportunities to really push it through. And while I said before it's risky, it's something you can manage, and if they're not ready for it, it's something that Get Me a Goal is going to have to be careful for, especially with the kills coming out on both sides here.
Yeah, Torin, unfortunately, falls off the edge, but does manage to get the goal here. The aggression very rewarded for the Cutie Patooties in this one so far. We'll see if they can continue it, though, as the passing plays have come through, and Symbiotic Sweater using that speed quite well, but that's one barrier on the other side. The big finish, the Powerhouse Pauldrons, the extra power core speed coming into play a little bit there.
Torin doing well, though, to avoid a double barrier. That can be really deadly on this map. Still, though, now you're going to have to deal with Spots and Cyan doing that pressure. But, I mean, as I say that, Yunaka already looking to get the advantage instead with the Ad Rush being procced from the kill, already in position. You can't do anything to stop that flip. Even Cyan was almost going to be taken out of the play there. And, well, Cutie Patooties making it work with that play.
Yeah, a lot of expectations on their shoulders. The channel point prediction is 430,000 for the Cutie Patooties and 70,000 for Get Me a Goal after all. But honestly, they're looking quite deserving of it so far because their offensive pushes have been devastating here. And Yunaka, although low, although they get tagged, I think they're going to be living for a little bit here, trying to navigate around the orb, needs to be careful and doesn't manage to get it here, but gets pulled into the black hole, and that's a good kill from Spots as they push forward.
Respect, though, going to use the Finny ult to take out a barrier. Now going to have to deal with the power play and try to hold on to all that. Too many hitboxes, though. Not going to get a chance, but Symbiotic is going to get a great chance with that kill. Good idea holding the core there. Don't want Spots to get an early take. Is going to grab it, though. Going to try to move it forward, but not going to get a chance. Yunaka already taking so much damage off the rip. That's just the difficulty with playing X sometimes. You're a big target, and so is Symbiotic. They're getting taken out already. Another power play, although both Cyan and Spots are low. There's a chance they could be taken out, and the power play could be reversed in just a second.
And Torin, a bit of an awkward strike there, right into the waiting arms of Spots. Perfect death touch, still maintains the flip, and it's a huge energy advantage here for Get Me a Goal in this final point of the first set.
Two flips about to come out. Yunaka already low. Only Yunaka and Torin about half on the flip. And Yunaka's probably going to have to spend energy on dodging anyway. Such a big energy advantage. Already coming out. Torin going to deny one barrier, but the other going to be taken out. Symbiotic now taking a lot of the damage here. Not going to be able to cut that pass, but Torin doing amazing work to keep it out there. And Yunaka going on top of that as well by grabbing that great kill on Spots. Really good work there. That's going to take Cyan out of the play for a bit. Respect now going to have to try and hold with this flip. Barrier 1 down. Barrier 2 down thanks to that amazing strike war. Torin getting a chance to move it through. Going to have to deal with all this pressure, but is going to do so. Yunaka with the flip. I want to see a goal from it if possible.
Oh, needs to burn the flip here. So close to death. Knocked away. The death touch is going to come very, very soon. But Torin pushes up. Sets up the perfect Tofu Fortress. Yunaka barely goes down. The flip still unused. But Torin building one up here. Pulled back. The barrier taken. Dangerous spot for the Cutie Patooties as the core bounces to the bottom side. The hit stun coming in. They manage to defend. The flip still available. Cyan with the back pass. Trying to navigate it around everybody. But neither team cashing out on the flip here.
Bit of a game of chicken here. It's between Cyan and Torin's flip. Torin, though, going to be spending first. That is going to give Cyan a pretty big advantage since that didn't really lead to anything, but the flip goes away. No one has an energy advantage here other than from a flip, although Respect isn't too far behind. We're now playing a bit more in that open field, but Symbiotic just can't find a chance to get it to Yunaka. Just barely does it, but a great hit there is going to keep the defense in line. Spots, though, not going to get much of a chance to score yet as they're just up alone there, and Torin still getting good control of the core, but still, you got to be careful with so much space control from Finny and Estelle. There's many ways to get it to Spots, including that flip. And the hook, which gets denied. The flip, though, by Spots. An incredible deep angle. Torin, unfortunately, lacking any abilities to deny that angle. And despite all that work, I mean, great on both teams to do that, but Get Me a Goal just winning out in the end there.
Yeah, and it really comes back to that flip from Yunaka right at the very start of that point. When there was so much threat with the X, didn't cash out, didn't get the hit stun, didn't get the goal, and Get Me a Goal comes out on top, and now you're facing a stacked on stacked Finny, but team player, wait a second, big win condition for Torin as it falls all the way down. That's a lot of passing capability that Cutie Patootie suddenly got, and they also get a single spark on first draft.
Is going to get a chance to scale here in the future, which would definitely can't get resilience anymore with this patch, but still, if you're powerful enough, doesn't matter that you don't have increased stagger, you can still make it work, although again, Yunaka already feeling the brunt of that as they're already out of the play. Symbiotic going to try to find a chance to get out of here. Not quite. Torin going to have to spend that extra special to move the core out, but now you're still having to deal with all this pressure as Cyan and Spots playing around each other. Symbiotic playing a little too close to the edge. That's going to lead to both the kill and the barrier. Torin not striking quite correctly around the size of the Rasmus primary, and a very quick goal here for Get Me a Goal. The name being accurate so far after that play.
Yeah, well played by Spots, right? That spec training hook caught the members of Cutie Patooties off guard. And this entire game plan is being facilitated by the Finny. Respect is pressing the debuff button on someone, and I think someone, I remember someone saying, but Finny's like the fairest damage in the game. If you get hit by the debuff, you instantly die if the other team's coordinated enough. But if you don't, then you don't. So I think that Cutie Patooties need to respect the debuff more, and they need to give themselves chances like these, a dash punch and a NATO, and it's a 3v1 power play.
Debuff can't do much against Yunaka, who's basically leading the charge here on the KOs, along with the Era NATO from Symbiotic there during that play. That isn't a power play, that is a complete clearing of Get Me a Goal, and with no one to defend, it's a very easy goal here as Cutie Patooties takes it back to a 1-1.
1-1 right now, but there's another KO. Spots with the Adrenaline Rush, and you gotta respect Spots now. Like, that Erasmus is a huge threat, and right now Get Me a Goal is getting so much value. Perfect Crystal Thorns from Cyan00C5FF. Light Sky gets it done.
Perfect hook as well from Spots to take Torrent out of the play. Still, though, Cutie Patooties coming in with an energy advantage here as they've got 2 flips coming up to work with. Definitely going to be wanting to use that before they get killed by Spots here, who's already looking to deal some damage, although first flip already being burned by Torrent and 2 barriers down. Not a good situation here for Cutie Patooties.
Good walk up by Torrent to mitigate the damage, but it's still 2 barriers to none at the moment. Yunaka trying to hit stun, trying to strike war, trying to get in there, and does get 1 barrier, but Symbiotic Sweater almost taken out. Big finish, good movement by Symbiotic Sweater, but not enough against every single ability. And now it's just a pass down to Spots. The angle barely missed, uncharacteristic miss, but they have enough abilities, they have the passing plays. They rotate it around and take a second set.
Not much you can do. Dubu does not flourish in an open goal environment, and although there were some hiccups there, Get Me a Goal moving pretty swiftly after the first game was a bit of a fight there. In terms of draft here, I mean, Rasmus got quite a few picks, might want to deny the X from scaling if they bother to do so, but no, Yunaka already getting to scale. If they can push that all the way through, though, Cutie Patootie still has a decent chance of making a good comeback here.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy, though. That Fini just got a decent chunk of power from Might of the Colossus. Like you mentioned, the Sparks, but my eyes are on that prize fighter bulk up. I feel like Yunaka might have needed to cut their losses and take the bulk up.
Very fair, yeah. No, I could see it now. That damage is going to be hard to deal with. Spots already getting an early barrier. Torrent, unfortunately, going to be a bit out of position to deny the double, which is going to go through. Now having to deal with this play, is going to get a pass out, is going to move it through to get a barrier. Yunaka, though, in the back line, taking a bit of damage. Good back pass there, trying to bait out some abilities, but that is going to give more time for Get Me a Goal to continue to put pressure on Yunaka, although Symbiotic going to make the most of it, finding a chance to move it through, getting the double barrier. Now, again, Yunaka taking quite a bit of damage, unfortunately. Symbiotic wants to move that through, but with the 1v3 is just not going to get a chance to get a goal here. Torrent, though, having to already spend the wall to deny the play, and trying to move up there, but not getting a chance. The Cyan already with a well-placed Estelle primary is just going to impact that through.
That's just the many ways to score that Get Me a Goal has. They have many avenues of attack, and now Cutie Patootie is starting up the passing plays, navigating the lanes. Symbiotic Sweater with the flip available. Torrent up to the top side. The goalie rotation coming in, and both barriers taken. This is what we need to see from the Cutie Patooties. And Torrent gets in there, sends it right past Cyan.
Torrent, the score maker here, already pushing the advantage. Very good awareness of that, allowing Yunaka to play back and avoid a deadly fate. And on top of that, though, a lot of energy on both teams. This next point going to be chaotic. Symbiotic, though, already spending the early flip. The double, though, coming out. Torrent unable to deny that. Trying to move it through. Symbiotic taking a bit of damage, but still resilient enough to be aware of the flip. That Respect just almost fumbled into a double, but not quite. Able to pass around. Gonna have to do with the 2v2, trying to move it up to Yunaka, but not gonna get a chance as Torrent is gonna have to spend the flip, although not able to move it anywhere. The curvature of the Atlas void there in the middle, an incredible pass to Spots, and unfortunately neither Torrent and Symbiotic were able to cut it, and that is gonna give Get Me a Goal another goal, and only one more away from taking a nice 3-0 for the first game.
Bit of an own barrier there as Yunaka once again incredibly low. This time evades the big finish, but the chip damage is really coming in here. And that means that there's so much room for Respect to play, right? When Yunaka's not in their face. Right now, though, Yunaka is, and looking for a strike war win. Symbiotic with the repeat strikes forward, and the X Maximus popped, but the scoring pressure just isn't there. The big finish from Respect is good, and the barrier stays alive.
though, the pressure from the space control already leading to one barrier. Torin, though, great strike wars there with all those abilities, and the strike at the end going to prevent the double and also spend the flip, which is always valued. Yunaka trying to do some strike wars, but Cyan already helping out Respect with the double strike war means barrier isn't going down. Yunaka finding chances to move away. Spots try to move it up to Cyan, and the both of them are again playing in that freeform spot. The flip already getting taken out, but Spots in a perfect place there to use that Rasmus primary means barriers are down. And the hook, you have to be careful, especially when you're playing a goalie like Dubu that can't prevent those sort of plays once it's taken away. Spots, again, in such a good position. We've seen that hook before, and it's being utilized again as Get Me a Goal already showing their true power here with a nice 3-0 victory. They put it through.
Yeah, a very, very good game from them, and you saw their game plan, right? They used the Fini, they put the debuff on, and then they KO'd. And it was very focused too, right? Rasmus and Estelle, not the highest raw damage characters in the game, but very good at focusing, very good at securing KOs as well, and the entire Get Me a Goal game plan looked very mature, and that's good.
For sure. I mean, Rasmus and Estelle, they're just not only good at confirming, but like, while they're playing their regular game, they're already peppering you with damage. And you don't even need them to do that much, because with the Finny debuff, they're already doing quite a bit. And, you know, like you said, they were scaling with the bulk up, the prize fighter. And if you just don't have an answer to that, you know, you don't get the chance to play. There's just a lot of damage to work with this patch, and you either have to match that damage, or you just need a good answer to it.
I think it was just Get Me a Goal having the more, I guess, the more coordinated game plan, it feels like, because I don't think that it was a comp difference. I think that it could have been played around by the Cutie Patooties. I just feel like they're kind of uncomfortable into damage as players, and maybe they should take the Fini away, because that debuff was enabling the entire thing.
It's difficult. On top of Fenny space control, just keeping the core in play all the time, you don't really want to deal with that. I am curious, at the very least, if Cutie Patooties is going to continue a more kind of traditional centered forward comp with the X of the era there, in comparison to Get Me a Goal, which was running a bit more of balance between both Estelle and Rasmus having good chances to score there.
Yeah, next up is Oni Village, though. And what do you think about Oni?
Oh, Oni. My goodness. I mean, I'm not a fan of Oni. If anything, for the sake of Cutie Patooties, it's definitely less. If they are uncomfortable with dealing with damage, it's definitely less damage oriented just because of how open the map is. Doesn't mean you can slack off, because a lot of the map is playing the speed gates. If you're not careful, someone sees you along the edge, they take you out. But, you know, with how it is, at the best of times, the map becomes very, how do I put this? Back and forthy. It's not really a word, but I'd like to see what these teams' takes are on the map, if one of them can actually push it through, or if we're going to be kind of relying on like people making small mistakes or like making big plays just to move the score along.
Yeah, we'll see. Get Me a Goal. We'll probably not be able to do the same thing on Oni Village, right? So I think Cutie Patooties are slightly favored there, but when I think of Cutie Patooties, I don't think of Oni Village picks, really, right? When you think of Ultra Dre, Yunaka, you don't really think about Oni Village Brawlers, you think of DX.
Mm-hmm.
So this pick coming out from Cutie Patooties kind of confuses me a little bit, but
this is their pick.
I think, yeah.
Huh. Yeah. No, that's a bit. I mean, I guess I'd be confused either way, because I'd assume that considering if Get Me a Goal wants to continue doing what they did the last game, that they wouldn't favor this map either. But maybe Cutie Patooties was willing to do that anyway, just because they knew Get Me a Goal wouldn't be able to leverage it as much on this map.
Yeah, we'll see. I think that they'll have a lot less to fear, but the character pool from Get Me a Goal is looking quite good, as they opted for red side. Get Me a Goal. They intentionally picked red side. So this is
Mhm.
going to be a little bit of an interesting spot to be in, as Cutie Patooties, they immediately take away the Rasmus from Spots. I think they've identified that Spots' Rasmus was doing quite well.
Yeah, no, Spots was doing a lot of work, and I think Torin was unfortunately not playing. You got to be patient sometimes. Rasmus is a weird case. You got to kind of see the flow of it. Sometimes you got to play aggressive so Rasmus doesn't get a chance to grab it. Other times you got to play passive so that Rasmus doesn't hook it away. Um, and I feel like Torin was having trouble with that, unfortunately, especially in the latter half against some of those hooks. Taking away the Dubu, though, Torin not going to get a chance to play that defensive goalie. I'm curious, though, if Torin has another one in their wheelhouse or if they're going to play someone more mobile, considering how open the map is.
Yeah, we'll see. The first pick, Estelle, coming in, is pretty big for the Cutie Patooties, but I'm concerned about Spots' pick, right? I feel like they'll just pick something like the Kazan, perhaps, and that'll get a ton of value here as the premier core control brawler, especially with Rasmus gone. Or they could target Ultra Dre Yunaka's character pool, maybe. But it is actually the Asher that's getting picked up here. Huh.
Huh. Asher is risky on this map. She's one of the characters that like you're not going to get that many chances to like unless you have a lot of speed, you're not going to get a lot of chances to play her because she's sort of forced to stay up on the goalie and like take those chances. And some players can definitely make the most of that and put a lot of the core forward, getting those barriers quickly. But it's still you have to wait a lot, and if you're not ready for all the times the core comes to you, it's a very difficult comp to work with.
Yeah. But I think the one thing that could really enable this Asher is actually the Mako goalie. So when the Asher was picked, I thought it was goalie for a second because I'm like, Asher alone feels kind of awkward here. But I guess the Mako will enable it a little bit. I think I would have preferred to see it in the goal box comparatively. But we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Either way, you got Kai backing you up, so a lot of offensive pressure there. Cutie Patootie is going to be relying on the Atlas on defense to make up for losing Dubu, and otherwise also going to be running their own dedicated forward in Julie. Both teams kind of hoping their forward gets the rock and forcing it through, but granted, they're both being backed up by Kai and Estelle midfield, so it's not like you're really lacking in offensive power either way.
Yeah, heading on to Oni Village, and we'll see. The Ultra Dre Juliet, the Yunaka Juliet, has been good in the past. We'll have to be extra on point in this potential loser's side sending game here for the Cutie Patooties. Duet Estelle, definitely a very solid forward duo that should be able to get things done here. But on the other end, I am wondering if this Kai Asher is going to be getting it done. It's going to require a lot of work on the midfielders' end, I think.
At the very least, the midfielders are having the value of aerial start in the beginning, which means they're definitely going to be running the show for a good bit here. And as everyone else is mostly going to be scaling for the most part into Sparks. But yeah, a lot of strike shot makes sense. Want to cover as much as you can. And otherwise, we just got to see how both these teams work for here.
Yeah, Yunaka immediately with the breakaway. That's the type of gameplay we like to see as Spots get some hits done away. Yunaka's positioning very, very well, I think. Just needs to make the most of opportunities there, but also sometimes positioning a little bit too close. Respect, of course, with the Mako can tap those abilities, even though it's been nerfed to really get in. But Yunaka trying to set up a passing play. Oni Village is such an awkward map, I gotta say.
If anything, I feel like Yunaka has a nice buff here against having Julie against Mako, because you're going to get a lot of chances to throw the secondary out, and with secondary cooldown getting nerfed as well, it's going to be very good to do. Although, granted, great play there. Spots immediately winning the strike. We're moving it through the core, moving along the wall. Torin does save it, but it does lead to a death, unfortunately. It's Symbiotic, not really going to get to do much against Cyan and Spots' big push there.
Yeah, well, that was a crazy pass footer moment. Great, good on Torin for getting the core out of there. But, you know, it happens. And I think the main thing is that Torin is the one that needs to play calm. This Atlas is very vulnerable if in the wrong position, but very rock solid if not, right? So being able to neutralize Cyan's barrages, neutralize Cyan's movement, just keeping one barrier up so Yunaka and Symbiotic have enough time to get things done, that is so important here. So we need to see Torin not burn 2 abilities for fun on Spots.
I understand why Torin did that. It was to prevent Spots from moving up and killing Yunaka, but I think you could have accomplished that with just a primary and didn't have to bother spending both. Spots, though, going to try to go for the early kill, but Torin not going to be in the place to be hit by that. And Yunaka going to take the chance to grab a barrier here, and with Symbiotic running on a flip, and hopefully a Dream is going to go and grab that goal. We are at a 1-1 here.
Yeah, Dream is alive, knocked into perfect place, and good flip timing, good flip angle to get around the Mako as well. A well played by Symbiotic Sweater, and it's tied up here. And who knows where the game will go here, because both teams are only just getting started, but it does feel that Yunaka has not gotten many touches on the core. Cyan is just controlling the entire midfield.
On top of that, while Yunaka is good at being able to disrupt Mako abilities, Mako also has way more abilities, meaning they're going to get a chance to hit on Yunaka, which is why Yunaka has just been so low on stagger for a while here. Still though, with the barrier open, they are not giving up. Symbiotic and Yunaka getting a great chance, but unfortunately that secondary not going to hit the core perfectly in the open for Spots to move up there with the slick kick speed and grab that away. Get me a goal again in the lead here.
Yeah, they're playing this. Oh, what? Oh, okay, a bit of lag, unfortunately, for Cutie Patooties, and Spots pounces both barriers taken here as Cyan buys some space as well. The flip goes right into the arms of Symbiotic, though, and Yunaka capitalizes. Bit of an awkward flip angle, and Respect's going to get punished for it. Good strike war by Yunaka against 2, and maintains flip as well. This is huge for Cutie Patooties.
Turnaround. Yunaka doesn't even need to use flip there. Still, get me a goal not far behind. Spots also holding on to a flip here means that it's just more a matter, of course, here which team is able to push that advantage. I'm sure both of them are definitely going to be wanting to hold that flip in order to get a goal. All right, never mind. I didn't say anything. They are going to get the double barrier, or almost double barrier here. Uses the secondary. Torin going to prevent Spots from doing that. But still, flips burned on both sides, meaning that we're back to a more even spread, although Cyan not too far behind on a flip compared to Symbiotic's energy there. So get me a goal. Still leaning on a bit of an advantage here, but great save from Torin means that the core is still in play as the flip comes out. Nothing gained from it.
Nothing gained from it. Torin in position. Good strike war after the hit's done. And Yunaka in position. Back pass perfect. Trying to KO the goalie here. But the top side of the net's wide open. Cyan gets there in time. A flip down to the bottom side. Respect with the strike war win. And Symbiotic's building up a ton of meter here. Yunaka on the top side. Looking for a dash punch angle. Looking for a punch. Looking for a hit stun. Not in time. As Cyan wins yet another strike war to keep Get Me a Goal alive in this one. But Torin's maintaining the barrier. It still hasn't fallen. It's overtime. Back to the other side of the map. Cyan in position. Flip has to be burned. Respect around the world, but Symbiotic right back into the hands of the Estelle here as the core, such a scary spot to the bottom corner, and Respect and Cyan can't reach it in time. A crazy bounce. Well played by the Cutie Patooties.
There's a chance there that Respect could have reached it, but Yunaka took it away with that well-timed Julie punch. Didn't lead to the goal. Well, it did lead to the goal indirectly, but it also specifically prevented Respect from grabbing that core. A lot of pretty decent awakenings here, especially for movement. Midfielders definitely going to be looking as Twin Drive on Estelle, Fight or Flight on Kai, both very standard picks. Respect going to be grabbing some more defensively here with Prime Time. Recovery Drone, I suppose, makes sense. There's not too much for Atlas in this draft. And otherwise, though, a lot of damage here coming on Yunaka and Spots with the Spec Training and Might of the Colossus pickups, respectively.
Yeah, I think we're going to need to see Yunaka hit stun in the goalie a little bit more. in this coming set, because with that spec training, the Flame Flurry is a lot more of a threat. And whoa, Torin already taken out once by Spots. Needs to be careful near the lanes. And the ability whiffing is scary as well. Symbiotic in position, but Spots has the Strike War wins using the Oni Village speed to maneuver in these interactions. As Cyan, again, a good strike forward. You knock it to the bottom side, a dribble found. Looking for one pass respect. Not quite.
Not going to find it. Unfortunately, that strike shot is going to whiff into Spots, which means that barrier is down. Torin now having to play with an open net, and Spots is just not letting up on the pressure there, although is going to let up for a bit just to take out Symbiotic. Now Yunaka not going to get a chance to play. Well, is going to get a chance, but is immediately going to lose the core. Torin trying to find many chances to move it up just so you don't have to deal with Spots, who's applying the pressure yet again. The flip going out for the kill, and Spots already winning just another strike war. Get me a goal is not letting up. Spots picked up quite a lot more pressure from that might than I thought they would. They did get buffed, to be fair, just for solo use, so I guess that makes sense, though.
Yeah, and Spots and Yaka, they have very similar game plans, right? They're hovering around the enemy goalie and just using hits to their advantage, but I feel like Spots is doing it just a little bit better, a little bit earlier to win the interactions here. But Yunaka with the strike war against 2 sets up Symbiotic for the barrier take, and that's the power of their particular comp, the style follow-ups. But Cyan securing the kill, the revive not in time, and it's a huge swing in the favor of Get Me a Goal here if they can get the barriers.
Barrier 1 down, but still no. Both barriers are, or the second barrier is still up. Flip going to be burned, but with a bit of a wide angle means that Cyan isn't going to pick up anything off of it. Great Kai, oh my god, great Kai Giga Blast there, but also great dribble off the bottom to avoid the Asher being able to set up. Still though, having to deal with all this close pressure, Torin finding so many really good strikes. Symbiotic now having to try and find a way through this to get it to Yunaka. Is going to get it, and having Respect's flip spent, but another flip's getting spent by Torin. Isn't going to die though. Yunaka taking a bit of damage. Symbiotic holding on to a flip. Used it way too early there. Gotta watch out. All the flips being used. Yunaka now sitting on a flip. The goal almost going there by Symbiotic's great strike, but just getting hit out by Cyan. Now having to spend these Atlas abilities just to avoid Spots playing on that vertical angle. Yunaka trying to kill, but is going to miss it, and the Giga Blast, but the secondary Symbiotic is covering that. Amazing. And Yunaka already getting the pass. Respect is not holding on to too many abilities, just the primary, but it's not enough. Yunaka getting that great goal there after all those fast moving plays.
Yeah, but needs to be careful now. No evade, right? Could be the target of some focus damage on the other half of the field. But it's actually Symbiotic that gets comboed. Good elusive to knock it bounce around after the primary there from Respect, but still in a dangerous spot. The barrier's being taken. Cyan with the dribbles. Maybe styling a little bit too hard as Yunaka picks up the core afterwards. And one barrier falls on the other end as well. Wow, what a good follow-up coming in from the Cutie Patooties, and they take both barriers here. If Yunaka gets the core one more time, that could be the goal.
Still playing over yet. Gonna miss a strike shot to move it through. The Giga Blast going through. Torin playing a little too risky there. Gonna have to spend 2 flips, but will pick up the barrier. Yunaka and Symbiotic now trying to hold on as much as they can, preventing the core from getting through, but Cyan already with the well-placed barrage. Spots in position. Symbiotic unfortunately not being able to take it out. So both flips being spent well there as Get Me a Goal. Still holding on to another flip on Respect. Is gonna be up 2-1 here.
Up 2-1, and looking for the set win here. Again, right? Spots and Cyan, I feel like they have a really good recognition of when they can go for a kill. Like right there, it's a little bit off angle, but Symbiotic, Spider, Torin, and Yunaka, they're all playing a little bit too close near the edge in a lot of situations, and when Spots gets a KO, the game blows wide open.
I feel like, especially compared to Respect, who's just playing the barrier with the Mako abilities, Torin is having to take a lot of risky plays, and Spots has just been an eagle eye at seeing that. Yunaka, though, not even worried about the Mako cage, going to move it through, playing the Strike War. The amazing Julie ult means that Respect not going to get a chance to hit it away, and now Cutie Patootie is on the up and up. Looking at a flip on Yunaka here, I mean, they could do a lot with this if they can move it fast before Get Me a Goal gets their flips.
Well played. Up to the top side, Symbiotic Sweater now. And Yunaka with the flip available, right? Big opportunity to get things done here. But look at that, Cyan forcing out the expanse and the follow-up from Spots. 2 barriers gone in an instant, perfectly played by Get Me a Gold. They want the goal, they want it now, but Symbiotic Sweater gets in there as well. But it's an open net. Torin burns all the abilities forwards, and Spots capitalizes instantly.
Such a well-placed strike. So many close calls there, but in the end, Get Me a Goal. Keeping the match fired up with a 1-1 in set count. They do not want the map pick of Cutie Patooties to gather them momentum. Team player on the board here, such a good pickup with how open this map is. I'm sure the goalies are going to be looking for that, though. We got Hmong Titans, makes sense for the speed. Bulk up.
I don't like this. I don't like that bulk up take. Oh, and now team player falls to respect for basically free, and I think that Get Me a Goal is really happy with the outcome of this one. They get 1-2 punch on Spots for both KOs and core control plays as well, right, with the core speed, the insta core speed with like a primary or something, and there's the 1-2 punch in action again. Recovery drone already popped, and I think Get Me a Goal has all the tools they need to win this game.
I agree with you. I was trying to justify that bulk up pick in my head, but I'm not really too sure about that. I definitely would have wanted the deny on the team player since respect was up before Torin. Either way though, Spots already moving up. The Atlas secondary not enough. So much more damage and pressure now. Gonna spend the flip early. Is still gonna be able to clear it, and respect not in position to avoid the Estelle play. Now trying to move it up. Yunaka not gonna get a chance to hit it, unfortunately. Cyan cutting those passes oh so well, and Spots again putting on the offensive pressure, although there's no kill yet. The Mako abilities continuing to stifle some of these Julie plays, but respect also holding on to a flip, which is already going to be spent, but the Julie ult so perfectly held onto means Yunaka is denying any chance of that flip going somewhere. And hey, Cutie Patooties at least making their awakenings work so far. I mean, Yunaka's definitely not, you're definitely going to be happy with an ad rush, especially if they can proc it later.
Yeah, we'll see if they can get it done here, but Spots is in position. Cyan with so much speed with the Hmong Titans as well, right? Can control the entire midfield, but if the core gets to Yunaka, that is the main threat. Spots in position, Symbiotic interrupting. I like that they're burning cooldowns on defense here because it gives them chances on the offense, because Yunaka is hit stunning and Symbiotic's finding the angles. And I think Symbiotic's figured a lot of the midfielding out here.
Symbiotic cutting a lot more passes there, which is good. Cyan and Spots were relying a lot on just being able to make those easy pass plays, but now Symbiotic making that a bit harder. And on top of that, Yunaka putting the pressure on the goalie earlier in that play meant that the Mako ultimate was not able to get off the ground. It ended up hitting into Yunaka early and didn't catch the core. Torin, though, again, I spend the secondary early. Good idea there to avoid any potential play there. Yunaka spending everything, but is going to get the kill. And I mean, with ad rush, you're not worried about that. Still, though, respect using the Mako primary and then the strike shot to prevent the goal and grab the final barrier means that the advantage is all over. The power play is done, although Yunaka still going to use the Julie ult. We've seen so many good uses of this special so far, and that trend continues as the barriers are down on both sides. Cutie Patooties not even letting Let Me a Goal get a goal this set.
Yeah, they used to figure out the game plan really well, I think, and it really worked out for them. They played a lot more patiently, especially Ultra Dre Yunaka. They got in there when it was necessary. I think lined themselves up for the play a lot better. But the Awakenings, I think, are still favoring Get Me a Goal, right? The gameplay is favoring Cutie Patooties, but I think the Awakenings are still looking good for Get Me a Goal here.
I mean, Spots is definitely looking the best with more size and more damage. Spots has been running the field with the kills, not getting as much of a chance in that last game, but if you can keep scaling and giving Spots some of that priority, you just have to be careful with what Spots can do with that. Barriers down on both sides. It is Oni Village. The first barrier does not matter. What matters is the second barrier, and Symbiotic making the most of it by grabbing it. All those cooldowns spent, but for goodwill here, Yunaka now trying to make a play here. Symbiotic tries to move it through, but Symbiotic doesn't even need Yunaka as they're already in position. The Estelle teleport, the primary, the everything. Estelle is a playmaker in her own right, and we see that firsthand.
Yeah, and with Torin managing to pick up Glass Cannon here, that does give the Atlas a lot more room to play with, right? The additional speed doing a lot of work. And my eyes right now are on Cyan. With all the speed and with the barrages, needs to be the difference maker here and there. The Giga Blast was perfect, right? Needs to be the facilitator for spots. On the other end, both Yunaka and Symbiotic could be the one taking the barriers in a lot of cases, and this time it's Yunaka just controlling the core perfectly on the top side, almost building up the flip as well. An early strike by Respect gets punished immediately. Symbiotic is doing everything.
Along with the pressure Yunaka's putting on, and also, like you said, the core control there for that second barrier, so much is getting done by this this incredible comp. I can see the map pick now. Torin getting to lose recovery drone yet again. Good back pass, but Torin unfortunately a little hasty. Means both barriers are down. Spot's going to burn the flip early, and against Atlas secondary, you do not want to do that. Yunaka and Symbiotic both either sitting on flips or almost sitting on flips. Great clear the gear. Learned their lesson from before, but Cyan not going to get to do much speeding if they're dead. And Symbiotic and Yunaka now both holding on to flips and the power play. But the flip is gone from Yunaka. Spots 80 taking the advantage to move back. The power play now in favor of get me a goal. And now you're going to have to deal with all of the pressure that comes from that. Respect avoiding anything from the flip coming out. And now only Torin is the one sitting close to a flip, although not too far with having to spend energy just to watch out for the aggression from Spots.
Yeah, but Yunaka's getting the core, dribbling up confidently. You got to be careful if your Cyan doesn't get KO'd by the Rose Warp here. Good strike by Spots, but Torin's there in time. Another dash punch comes in. The core speed activated. The expanse is good. Yunaka with the dribbles. You got to contest that, Cyan. You can't let Yunaka stall forever. The barrage misses as well. 3 seconds on the respawn, and Torin finds a strike as well. They stall it out, but the core speed too much. Symbiotic's there, but the core speed, no, right to Torin. Finds a strike, and now another passing play to the bottom side, but Torin, of course, has the primary, and Yunaka's looking for an opportunity. Spots, but the flip from Torin still available, still defended away, and Spots is going in, but this time the hit's done a little bit too late. And now the flip to the top side, another perfect primary coming out from Torin, and finally will not be able to strike it around Spots, who covers the entire corner. Well played in the end, but what a point by Torin.
Was close. I mean, if Torin had struck down there, I feel like it might have even cleared too, but that was just far too fast. I mean, with Oni Village, plays like that just lead to so many things happening. Yunaka, Respect, and Spots all close on the flip. Symbiotic not far behind. Yunaka, though, spending it early. Respect is going to be taking quite a bit of damage here. Definitely want to make the most of it. That means Respect's now spent a flip. The energy economy now not too far behind, although Yunaka going to be taken down. Symbiotic just has to try and hold here for Cutie Patooties to get a chance back at it, although we're now back in that 2v2 defense situation as Respect trying to shower the field with the Mako primary. He's trying to move through. Great pass, but Cyan cuts it. Now Torin has to use the Alice abilities to avoid the pressure here. Symbiotic moving back just in time to pass it all the way back. An incredible Giga there to move it up, but again, Torin and Symbiotic working so well to prevent that from being a full play. Yunaka taking damage, but getting a breather to heal. Torin and Symbiotic both on the flip. Symbiotic using the flip, but not going to get anything. Cyan now trying to avoid dying before they can get their flip. Torin still sitting on theirs. The energy economy is everything on this map, but so far neither team really making any big decisive play yet.
Oh, but that's a decisive play. The core slips past it. Yunaka with a big opportunity. Cyan sends it away, but here's the Flame Flurry, and here's the win for the Cutie Patooties. It really came down to the midfield at the start. It was all Cyan, but once Symbiotic locked in, it was all Cutie Patooties.
Oh my goodness. I can see why the map pick came out here from Cutie Patooties. They knew how to play the game plan. It took them a bit to get started, but once they did, it was almost infallible. I mean, the defense from Torin and Symbiotic being able to move between that so fast. I mean, Cyan was able to do the same, but in the end, Yunaka and Symbiotic really put the offensive pressure to work there, especially in the end. Even though Spots was able to pick up 7 KOs on an Oni Village match, which is incredible, even despite all that, Cutie Patooties still toughed it out in the end.
Yeah, and final map is Night Market here. Wow, this is such a boring map pool. but,
Dang.
but
Night
yeah,
Market.
it's Night Market, and why'd I let Ether put old Big Three, ancient Big Three in the same pool, and new Big? Yo, Ether, this is the most boring map pool ever made. Holy moly. Anyway.
Get excited, come on, Night Market, we're going to the market. Yeah, but classic Big Three map. I think considering we've seen spots in Unaka dip pretty heavily into the KO, we're gonna be seeing more of that. Julia classic pick here. I could see the Julie deny considering how well Unaka made it work on an open map like Oni. I'd be scared to see it work even better on a more traditional map like Night Market. But otherwise, I'm not too sure. Maybe even want to still deny the Dubu, considering Torin makes it work and Night Market's one of Dubu's best maps. So I'm not too sure what they want to ban here.
Yeah, we'll see, but it's a Adrenaline Rush team player start, and oh my. The map pool might be boring, but this Awakening start is a little concerning, I gotta say. The team player is gonna be making this quite the awkward game to play.
And with the ad rush, if you pick up Pummelers, I'm just saying, Pummelers ad rush, pretty fun combo. I'm curious if these teams forwards feel the same as I do.
Yeah, well, I think they do. That's why the Juliet's being taken off the table. I think we're going to see X Asher being traded here, and the Brawlers taking the Adrenaline Rush and seeing how it goes. But, the Fini goes unbanned, and it worked out really well for Get Me a Goal in Game 1. What if they just do that again?
We do see an Era. I assume that's a midfield pick, although Era goalie has been more popular lately, so who knows? Maybe they just want to at least pick it up to deny X Era, although it didn't seem to work out too well for Cutie in the first game, but hey, maybe it's a bigger pick on Night Market.
There's the Fini. Yeah. I was expecting it, and Get Me a Goal now have a huge win condition here, and they don't pick the Atlas either. So this Cutie Patooties team is going to get blown up, I feel like. This is scary. They're going to have to avoid the damage really well. They're going to have to make sure not to get debuffed, but that's difficult.
Maybe they're hoping their kill ability will be able to be superior over Get Me a Goal. I mean, hey, not getting the Era because it was taken, but are getting Estelle, still a very powerful midfield. I mean, who knows? Maybe Dubu's going to go powerhouse Pauldrons and do the damage. But otherwise, though, Get Me a Goal, picking up the Rasmus again. We saw how well it worked this time. Torin's going to have to answer it if they want to make it to Grands on the winner's side.
Yeah, we'll see. Again, it's really going to come down to the Fini debuffs. Watch that circular triple take here, and whether the scoring potential for the Cutie Patooties can be activated before they take too much damage. We'll see. Night Market, going to be an interesting one here, and I'm actually kind of surprised that ended up being the last pick, because the final 3 maps in Character Select were Imes, Tycho, Night Market. So with Cutie taking away Imes and Get Me a Goal taking away Tycho, I feel like that's kind of an indicator that Get Me a Goal are kind of comfortable heading into this one.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it already. The Ime ban going through. I didn't realize they played Ime, actually, now that I think about it. I was surprised by that ban.
It's a symbiotic pick, right? So I think Ime would have done a lot of work on this Night Market. But as is being discussed right now, I also think that the X Prio is a little bit awkward here. The character, I would dare say, is weak right now. And we'll see what happens. Benny and Rasmus are going to have a field day.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I mean, Era's going to get in on that too, keeping X small. It's going to be difficult for Unaka to do a lot unless they either scale early or know how to move in and out of the play. But I mean, starting off already, early aggression coming out on Yunaka makes sense considering what we've seen. Yunaka still taking the opportunity to move up on the forward. I also think X is risky considering you're running Slick Kicks X, which is difficult to use against a comp that's just going to damage you.
Yeah, we'll see. The rotations are coming in, and Night Market looking a lot more comfortable for said rotations here as Yunaka and Torn swap positions just a little bit. But my eyes are once again on that Fini secondary. If Yunaka or Symbiotic Sweater gets tagged, that could be the death of them. And right now, the coordinated damage is coming in, and the X is being forced to retreat over and over, which is really good for Get Me a Goal, but they haven't really gone on the offense at all. They need to find their way around this Torin Symbiotic Sweater double midfield in the lane, and right now it's all cutie patooties.
Yeah, no, I feel like they're trying to play back to force the kill, and that seemed to work really easily last time, but maybe it's just the awareness of the play. They're having trouble doing it now. Respect trying to make the pass off the flip, but Symbiotic cutting it off with all those abilities. Cutie Patooties now with a nice advantage here. I mean, Spot's almost on the flip as well, but the energy economy definitely in favor of Cutie Patooties.
Yeah, especially with that Respect flip burned. Now the rebound comes in. Spots to the bottom side. It picks up one barrier. But Symbiotic again on this Estelle, interrupting so well in the midfield. They need to keep this barrier alive. And honestly, I think damage focus is not quite coming in here. The Estelle pick pretty huge perhaps. Although this isn't one of Estelle's best maps, Symbiotic is playing it quite well, and Yunaka's getting the damage down, and even though the debuff's coming in, even though Yunaka's going to get blown up, the damage is done. The barriers are open, and Cyan and Respect are in a corner.
Yeah, I mean, Torin's moving up with a flip here. Going to spend it a bit early for my taste, but I mean, Yunaka's still going to make full advantage of that to move the core through. Having to spend more Dubu abilities, Spots trying to play the 1v2 here is going to hold it pretty well, but Symbiotic getting these chances to move it through with the Estelle abilities, but not fast enough. Respect already back in the play. Symbiotic now going to be the target of damage, but doesn't matter. Yunaka already dashing up into position, able to get the strike there, and no one can contest that.
Yeah, and well, we'll see if Get Me a Goal can get out of this defensive struggle here. Right now, they're being forced all the way back. And whoa, what a KO. Symbiotic sniping away Cyan, who was positioned too close to the edge, but the same can be said about Yunaka going down as well. Good patient play by Torn, and Symbiotic winning 2 strike wars in a row, completely gapping Respect in the bottom corner. And that's Cutie Patooties in a really good spot now, even as one barrier goes down.
The Dubu wall becoming a particle collider as always. Symbiotic going to have difficulty staying in the play, but is going to find a chance to pass through. Spot's going to take the kill, but Yunaka already dashing through the Fini secondary, not enough. And Cutie Patooties is completely turning this around. I was kind of thinking that it was going to be difficult to run the X again, but I mean, honestly, it might be because they picked up Estelle. I'm kind of surprised that Get Me a Goal didn't grab it, considering how well it worked for them the first game. But instead they're grabbing Era, who does get to debuff, but doesn't have as much presence for getting the core through and dealing damage.
Yeah, I think a big factor in this game is that I don't think Cyan feels comfortable on this Era. They haven't really gotten involved in a big way compared to the previous 2 games, and it's feeling pretty awkward in the midfield as Symbiotic Sweater looks incredibly comfortable on the Estelle. Of course, something can be said about the Era versus Estelle matchup inherently, but the midfield pick was picked first by Get Me a Goal, so I feel like they should have picked a combination of comfort and potentially just focus damage here.
Way their comps what they got. A lot of damage coming on as Yunaka putting in the pressure, not going to get a kill, and unfortunately they're low enough that Spots is going to take advantage of that to kill Yunaka instead. But Cyan is looking pretty low. Respect not too far behind. That means they're not going to get as much of a chance to be in the play, and Cutie Patooties definitely enjoying a nice advantage here, sitting on 2 barriers, make that 1 barrier, and the power play just ends here.
Power play ends here as Spots goes in, but Torn and Symbiotic are defending quite well. Finally, a strike war win will put the control in the hands of Get Me a Goal for now, but again, Cyan just doesn't have enough speed at the moment to really keep up, taking so much damage while being in the midst of the play, and the debuff being used for defense and not offense here. Dangerous bounce coming in, Spots with the breakaway perhaps, trying to get a hook play in, trying to get a flip play in, but the log denies it all. And once again, Cutie Patooties in position to get it done. The team player activated, but Spots with the dribble, with the coverage, will get it done. And overroll by Torn punished, and Get Me a Goal are on the board.
Difficult to use those Dubu rolls. Even with CTL powering them up, you're still making quite a bit of a risky play on an open net like that. And when you mess up that, you know, it shows how risky it really is. Cyan going to try to find a way to move through. Not really going to get that. Although, as I say that, the Arenado perfectly placed to catch off that loose core means barrier is already down. Torin trying to continue moving it through, but Cyan now playing a bit more of an aggressive midfield, preventing those passes. Going to have to spend the Dubu abilities, but is going to get it away. But again, Spots and Cyan already in position to keep the play up. Yunaka, though, great strike war. Symbiotic doing good work to get it over there. The flips getting burned by both goalies, but neither barrier goes down. Symbiotic trying to prioritize the kill here, not a bad idea, but isn't going to get it. Yunaka now is going to take a bit of damage. Respect, though, unfortunately, going to be attacked here by the Rose Thorns, means the goal is open on both sides. Now you have to deal with the flip from Cyan coming out in just a moment here. The roll a bit risky, but Cyan going for a bit of a strange flick there, not going to get anything, has the power play, but still has to now watch out for Symbiotic and Torin's hold.
A lot of course speed on the top side. The team player activated, looking for a shot to the bottom side. The big finish going to do that, but the log denies. Sending around the world, and Cyan and Spots are clumping up. They're going same side. The core control is being lost here, and Yunaka capitalizes. The goalie taken out, and it's only a matter of time before the rebounds come in from Symbiotic and Yunaka. Cyan, though, with the core speed with the team player, sending it away for now. A good flip by Spots as well, but a bounce to the bottom side. Another dribble to respawn for Respect, and the hook trying to help out. Dangerous spot still for Respect, though, as the strike timing is decent and not quite there to cover, an amazing shot by Symbiotic.
Not earlier, Symbiotic really flourishing now with some of those midfield scoring attempts, even when Yunaka is getting that aggression on them. And again, that is coming into play here. Torin, though, great hold here against all that space control and abilities, means a barrier is already down in favor of Cutie Patootie. Still, though, Symbiotic not going to get a chance to strike, and the damage coming through means Torin now going to have to do a bit more holding here to avoid this play. Is going to do it as Symbiotic gets a nice chance, thanks to the hold, to move back and heal. Yunaka now trying to put the pressure, but Respect smartly there, going forward to strike early and prevent the X from starting up. But still, Yunaka holding on to a flip here, is going to spend it, and the X special there going to go through the X Maximus. Yunaka, too much damage being taken. If they don't do a play now, Cutie Patooties might be down a forward, but Symbiotic is going to make Get Me a Goal, be down a goalie, and then the midfield. Spots now having to hold as much as they can, but they are not going to be able to hold enough. Too much members are gone, and Symbiotic is already in perfect position to gracefully throw that in there. Cutie Patooties really feeling the momentum now.
Yeah, they are, and I think that Get Me a Goal needs to focus on the KO here. They need to focus down one member. They need to go back to what worked for them in Game 1 of this series, but I feel like they're getting impatient. They're abandoning that play to try and find the barriers early on the other end. Their comp isn't built for that. Their comp is not built for running at them and getting the barriers. Their comp is built to power play here, I feel like, and they need to get it done before Cyan goes down.
Still, they might be seeing that now. Symbiotic not really getting much of a chance to heal against all these abilities, and now they are gone. Spots not only with flip, but with the ad rush. The flip being spent means the goalie is down, and there's nothing to stop Spots from just scoring it in there. They might have heard your call from the other side, as Get Me a Goal immediately playing into a double power play.
Double power play coming in, and we need to see more of that. It's 0.5. Get Me a Goal still has a way to get back into the game here, but Yunaka with the dribbles is looking to solo on the other end. Spots misses the core just barely, and no barriers taken. They got to play patiently. They got to work on the KO on Yunaka and then try to find the goal here.
At the very least, putting in that forward pressure on Yunaka does spend the flip, and Symbiotic just in a bit of a risky position there. Spots 80 sees that and takes full advantage. Yunaka now being debuffed and hit with everything means that Torin going to have to hold, but Symbiotic already back. The power play over for now, but with considering Yunaka's low stagger, I think it might just start up again in just a moment.
Yeah, Yunaka with the hit stun not being KO'd here. A late flip by Respect, nullified by the log of Torin. These logs have been really on point against the flips, and Yunaka with the strike reset. This is what happens when they don't finish their plate, right? When Yunaka's not taken out fully, it's such a dangerous spot for get me a goal here.
Torin moving back just in time as OT hits. Team player is going to make the core go red. Cyan now and Respect both pretty low. You know, you got to make sure to finish your food before you can have your dessert. And now with the low stagger, they're going to be out of these plays. Respect moving up to try and push the advantage instead. But the core is just moving so fast. It's difficult. With Torin's flip, not going to get anything as Respect in the perfect position. Going to have to try to find a way to rotate it out, and Symbiotic in the perfect position to do that. Yunaka almost throws it all through that Finny ult, but not going to get enough of a chance to. Respect just missing that, but it doesn't matter. Yunaka's not in the perfect position to prevent that. Spots, though, great flip. Means the barrier is going down. The X rotational move prevented by the Era smallification beam. Either way, though, the core movement so fast. Torin special prevents Spots from doing anything, and we're back into a bit of a stalemate here.
Yeah, Spots looking for a dribble. Cyan in position for the core speed, but it's so dangerous if you're the Era here. You do not have the scoring capabilities of the Estelle. As Torin goes from the crazy bounces, Symbiotic should be able to get something done here, but no, it just Spots. One last outplay against Torin, winning the 1v1 so many times here, and that will secure a set.
Oh, at the very least, Cutie Patooties ran it in the beginning. Get me a goal, just found their footing though, and I mean, like you said, once they started leaning more into those KOs, get me a goal, being able to play off those power plays, they clawed their way back, although that last round was a bit more traditional with how fast the core was moving. Ultimately, I definitely would probably like to see Reptile Remedy make sense. You want to deny the killing. I imagine Recovery Drone being picked up also makes sense.
Wait. Yeah, I guess, but I think Reptile Remedy falling was fine. I think Yunaka's the one who has to worry about bulk here. But yeah, picking up survivability on anyone is really, really good here, and I think my eyes are on Torin with that Tofu Fortress.
The missile prop is going to do quite a bit of work. Trying to move it through with the secondary. Spot's going to be taken out for a bit. No bear is being taken out. Yunaka moving in with the increased size. I mean, hey, plus the survivability, not a bad trade. But Symbiotic stealing it away from Spots means that barrier is going down. First barrier from Torin's going down. Second barrier is going down as they are not able to strike quite fast enough. Now Spots and Yunaka both on their last legs here, but still being able to use their speed and the speed gate to move through and make those big plays. That's what this map's all about. A very good back pass to avoid Spots and Cyan's offensive pressure here, but still not getting a chance to throw to Yunaka as Yunaka has to play a bit out of the play, and Spots soloing some of these great strike wars with the secondary there, immediately throwing into a place that Torin cannot reach.
Yeah. We'll see if they can continue that kind of game plan. It was a bit shaky in the previous point, as there were a lot of damage taking members at the moment, but right now this point looking a lot more stable, and with that triple take on Yunaka, that could be a big avenue for KO, but Cyan's the one who's taking way too much damage right now on that store. We'll have to use that evade to really just stay alive here as the flips are traded.
Down on both sides now. Good use of the flip by Torin to spend Spots flip and also avoid any calamity. Yunaka in the perfect position to come back and help out, and Torin and Yunaka come together with that double lariat there to take out Spots. Cyan and Respect not even getting a chance to try and play the power play. Yunaka already in position, has the flip ready. That is some very good energy economy to land on.
Yeah, and we'll see if they can keep it going here. Yunaka with the flip available could get it done, but taking a lot of damage so far. If the damage focus comes in, that could be dangerous, but Yunaka dealing a lot of damage themselves as well. Symbiotic doing a lot of work here. Almost a KO, but almost is not enough here. Yunaka still alive and still has a flip.
And Symbiotic grabbing that barrier. Yunaka going to spend the flip, not getting that barrier though. Respect just moving in time there for the Strike War. Now Symbiotic spending the flip, but also Cyan's defense there going to do so much. Torin going to shut down that lane with the Dubu ult, but not for too long, as now Spots working again on the solo gameplay. Symbiotic coming back just in time as Yunaka is unfortunately KO'd out of the map.
Yeah, and that KO is going to create a big power play here for Get Me a Goal. Can they get it done? Spots, flip available. Double flip, but the barrier's taken. A bit of a waste of resources, but if you get the goal with a card like that, good sniper, respect, good coverage, then all is forgiven here. But they got to watch out in the next point, because low meter does mean no evades, does mean Yunaka can get something done here.
Definitely going to want to play aggressive. Still, though, got to be careful. Cyan could also be a target here, considering Cyan is almost close to a flip here, and you don't want that coming through. Torin not too far away, though. Back passes there. Like to see that, like the team play. Symbiotic going to try to move through, grabbing the second barrier by being able to Estelle primary both the goalie and the midfielder. Now Yunaka trying to move through, not going to get a chance with that X Maximus to make a play. The Dubu Fortress, unfortunately, not going to move the core through, but Yunaka in the perfect place to strike war, or at the very least deal so much damage here. A lot of damage coming out. Good job on Torin to move back and avoid the double barrier. Yunaka definitely spend that flip, don't want to lose it, but it doesn't even need to use it. A Symbiotic, again, already in position with those Estelle abilities. Now the energy economy is far, far ahead for Cutie Patooties.
Yeah, and so many flips available, all three at the moment pretty much, and a brave pass by Torin, but it works out, and now Yunaka with possession perhaps. Spots, though, has some pretty precise strikes so far in respect. Oh no, an own barrier. Big opportunity for the Cutie Patooties to capitalize here with two flips still available. But Yunaka's taking a bit of chip damage here. They gotta really play around this timer. They gotta make sure that the X doesn't go down too early, but that might be happening here. But what a bull rush. Gets right past the triple take, avoids death, and now is a huge threat with an open net.
Very least, at least going to get to use that flip, and now definitely going to want to try to set up Symbiotic here, at least for Cutie Patooties. But on the side of Get Me a Goal, they still have the flip from respect. They'll still have a chance to deny it, but they're playing far too passively. You can't do that on Estelle. Even with Yunaka being taken out of the play, the Estelle primary is already set up. You are far too staggered from the knockback to be able to prevent that with your own flip. And Cutie Patooties got that 2-1 lead. They're closing in, trying to grab the series for themselves.
Yeah, we'll see if they can get it done here. My eyes are on that Yunaka damage. And that extra special missile prop cast the last Tofu Fortress is also a big factor here. But when you look at the other team, they're getting so many good awakenings as well.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Fight or Flight, Deadeye, more damage, more speed. Rasmus Prime Time is at least fine enough for just like continuing the pressure and having both primaries available. Rasmus Primary, very useful tool. A lot to work with for Get Me a Goal.
They need to get these KOs though. Forget about goals. The KOs are pretty much necessary for them at the moment here. And right now they just aren't finishing their food. They aren't finishing just the KO itself. Symbiotic taking incredibly low, and the question is, can they get it? A good evade by Symbiotic will say no, and the piercing shot will get revenge.
Dang, hey, Symbiotic still alive, now healing thanks to Reptile Remedy. Gonna have to watch out for this era play. Trying to solo, is gonna get hit though, means Cyan not gonna get a chance to flip. Trying to move it through, but Cyan being stopped is going to flip, but can't do much against the extra special missile prop Dubu Fortress. Symbiotic putting the Estelle primary to work, such a powerful tool in this matchup, and we already see the barriers being taken down. Cutie Patooties got a nice advantage, although Yunaka, again, taking quite a bit of damage here. Is going to still get a great chance to pass up here. Symbiotic just soloing against the Finny ultimate means the goal is going ahead, and Yunaka still holding on to that recovery drone is also pretty big.
Yeah, and Cutie Patooties, it feels like they have all the tools they need now. Like you mentioned, the recovery drone still available. Yunaka going in, so much pressure. Tofu Forger's making the angles awkward as well as Spots tries to navigate around the Dubu of Torin, but Torin has so many more tools now this late into this game. Spots one barrier taken, looking for the second, but pure core control is not what Get Me a Goal is going to win with here. But that double own barrier will, the big finish backfires, and Cutie Patooties once again a huge advantage.
Still gonna have to try to find a way through though. Cyan and Spots holding on really well to move the core through. Not gonna get to make a play as Symbiotic does block the Rasmus ult there. But now Respect gonna have to deal with this attack here. Is gonna prevent it though. Great space control by both Respect and Cyan with their respective abilities here. Again, the offensive pressure is now for Spots, who with the primary is already making the play. Uses the ult to try and move it out, but not gonna get a chance to. Yunaka is not even gonna need to flip. Respect misses the core just by a smidge there, and that's also going to be very good for Cutie Patooties. They're going in with a flip here. Respect not too far behind, so they're not too ahead in the flip economy, but again, the momentum on the side of Cutie Patooties so far.
Yeah, and momentum really big, and Symbiotic Sweater not going down. Instead, it's Yunaka finding a KO onto Cyan. Torin and Yunaka pushing forward, knowing that this could be their ticket into top 2, into the grand finals winner side. All it takes is one more goal here. A good flip by Respect will get one barrier on the other end, and this respawn comes in. Cyan back on the field. But again, they're so far away from a KO, they just don't have the control as well. Symbiotic interrupting over and over again. The Strike War 1, the piercing shot in. Yunaka with the Strike War, and the Cutie Patooties will be your winner side grand finalists.
Against all respective odds from the betting, Cutie Patooties really...
not against.
Not against. Oh, I see.
Yeah,
wrong way.
Definitely not against.
With all odds for them, I apologize. Cutie Patooties showing how they've got it going on. I mean, completely upending the composition that Get Me a Goal had been working through for these 3 matches, being very KO damage heavy, but showing they can do that themselves. Cutie Patooties very nicely takes it, and again, like you said, winner side grand finals for them. That doesn't mean it's the end for Get Me a Goal. They are going to be up later in the losers finals, but we'll have to wait a bit before we can see how it turns out for them.
Yeah, and I think it really came down to the final game's composition, right? Get Me a Goal, I think they should just return to what worked in game 1. Cyan did not look comfortable on the Era. The Era did not look comfortable in the game as a character, unfortunately. And it didn't really work out, but still have another chance in the losers final to make it back to grand. So with how they performed so far in ISS, I do have high hopes for them. But anything you want to say before we head to break and then to loser semis?
I mean, I think you covered it. Both teams showing how well they can adapt. Cutie Patooties just adapted a little bit better, but I'm excited to see the other 2 teams we've got going on in just a bit.
All right, well, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. See you soon. Hello everyone. Bang. Boss versus Gas Leak. Why did I say bang? You take it away, Frying Pan Man.
Wow, what an incredible intro, thanks to Saya. Yeah, we got Boss versus Gas Leak here. Personally, I'm a bit split here. I'm a bit I got friends in both teams here. Tanky's a former teammate. Ripstick I'm good friends with, so it's hard for me to really root for any one of them, but I've played with all of them at some point. I know Rip and Spartan are both very good goalies. I've seen Rabies run the Vice among other characters. I've seen Tanky run that forward gambit. Conqueror and Angle both been really good teammates with me before in the queues. All of them have something going on, at least say the least. I'm very curious to see what they're doing together, though.
Yeah, we'll see. It's Boss versus Gas Leak in this one, and I'm Zap with Prize Fighter. Are you ready?
Very much so. Very different map from the others, but granted, we've seen quite a bit of KOing so far. With Imizap and a prize fighter start, that is going to expand, or at the very least continue, especially seeing how we've got very aggressive KO heavy picks on both teams. X, Drakkar, Vice, Zentaro. All makes sense.
Yeah, Angle Senpai is going to be doing a lot of work here. Meanwhile, on the other side, I'm a little bit scared, honestly, for Gas Leak. They do not have a composition that is very, like, knockback KOE. Of course, the characters can. Spartan can with the dash pop as well, especially. But Angle Senpai could be the biggest threat on the map, realistically.
It's going to be dependent on how well Rabies and Spartan can kind of create the damage to KO here, because they just don't have the knockback for it. And also how well they can play around Angle being the threat of Drakkar on the map, Imizap. You do not want Angle to get started. It is just going to be a problem if they do.
Yeah, and Ripstick on Comfort, right? On this Asher goalie is going to have a very good time against Vice and Zentaro, who are two of the fakest scoring characters of all time in this game. So the damage pressure is really going to have to come in from Gas Leak to get it done here. Firewall Sentry good for Spartan, and they're putting a lot of it down onto the Conqueror, but not quite getting the KO is so scary now. And Angle Senpai is hunting. Has the flip, has the molten bolt, misses, and Ripstick whiffs as well. Whiffing the strike is everyone's missing everything right now, but so far it's still a chill spot to be for a team of Boss. But finally the KO comes through, and that's the win condition for Gas Leak.
Conqueror out a player. Rabies running that Vice ult there. Not much you can do. Had to try and go up, but even if you did, I mean, Tanky was already covering the up angle. Very good use of abilities, and positioning there is going to give Gas Leak the first point. It's such a volatile matchup.
Very, very volatile for sure. And this Firewall Sentry is doing a lot of work from Spartan. Timeless Creator, of course. And now Spartan's got to be a little bit careful, but the double defense is coming in for Angle Senpai and Ripstick. Trying to get a KO onto Rabies. Not quite, as Tanky has the flip available. Could outplay Ripstick here in the corner. Looks for it, gets the follow-up strike, but doesn't hit it towards the barrier quite enough. And now the damage is being kind of swinging to the side of Boss a little bit, as a good evade will make sure the Supernova can't do too much work. But taking a look at the prize fighter stacks right now, how are you feeling?
I mean, Gas Leak definitely leading in them so far. Conqueror out of all of them, gonna be hard to come back from that, especially when you're getting so much damage put onto you by Vice and Aimee. Tanky almost taking a hit there, but is going to avoid anything too fatal. And now Conquer again being taken out, not even getting a chance to stack anything. Angle, unfortunately, not holding on, only holding on to the one stack so far as well, not able to get a kill quite yet. And unfortunately, that's set up by Conqueror, not going to work. Raby's coming back to apply both damage and the pressure. A very risky pass, but does go through as Angle finally picks up that prize fighter stack.
Good follow-up passive strike by Tanky, but now Angle has a lot of power to work with. Almost has a flip available to core speed forward, but there's a KO onto Conk. And wow, these dribble into abilities from Boss are not going too well here. Looks like they're not quite locked in at the moment, and with the respawn coming in, it's a power play. It's Spartan rotating the core around. It's Tanky accelerating it as well, and the Conqueror and Angle, they need to find the passing play here. They finally do to the bottom side, and they get out of that very scary end to the point.
No team's really taken full control yet. It's just a lot of momentum swings between both teams as they're finding kills. I mean, X again, difficult pickup here, can apply the pressure, but isn't going to do so with Vice having her way with that ultimate, trying to backpass around, not really getting anything immediately off the power play, really at least want to put the pressure on Angle, who is going to have to use the flip there, use it or lose it. Tanky, feel like he could have just struck there, but fair enough with the ult, wants to get the kill. Angle set by out of the play. Conquer having to ult to try and keep the strike wars up is going to hold, but Tanky already in position for a very nice strike war there. Rip not even getting a chance to take it away. Very well played there by Gasleak.
Very, very well played, and we're starting to see their game plan really come to fruition. They have such a composition for damage dealing, especially if Spartan gets in the mix, especially if the Firewall Sentry gets in the mix, and the passing plays between Tanky and Rabies are looking very precise as well. The flip available, not quite sure why it was used there, or way too preemptive, but again, the passing plays need to be interrupted by an Angle Senpai ability, or else it's overwhelming. Rabies almost with a huge outplay with the Thunderstruck recast, not quite, but the damage is done. Angle's basically off the map here, but the Conqueror winning the 1v1, big opportunity even despite a power play, as the mobility just not there though, and Tanky will send it forward.
Hold could have been a score there, but is going to whiff. Tanky, unfortunately, a little too hasty. Also going to miss the flip there. Conqueror still out of the play, though, and the strike wars do make up for the misplays there, as Tanky's able to finish off the score there, and Gasleak going in with a nice 3-1 advantage.
That could have been really bad for Gasleak. They missed 4 different strikes on an open net, but they got it done in the end, and now they are onto a bit of a scary draft here. My eyes are on that fighter flight because they're staggering so consistently that getting that secondary back, an extra ability, yeah, that Zentaro is going to be an absolute monster. It's not even just the slick kicks portion that is usually the better part in a game like this. Just getting that extra secondary is going to be so devastating for the kill confirms, and they get Stinger as well. This is scary with no stagger in the draft that Gasleak can pick up. Or sorry, that Boss can pick up to try and mitigate the damage here.
Yeah, I mean, even if they do pick up Stagger later, Rabies now has the Stinger, so it's just going to be difficult to play against that. A Conqueror already being taken out of the play, Tanky being taken out of the play. So many prize fighter stacks, but also so many players that have no prize fighter playing the 2v2. Neither team really getting a push there. They're going to hold off for the power plays to end as the teammates are now coming back. Spartan, good strike there into the pass to try and prevent the goal. Try to make the play work with the 3v1, but not going to get a chance to as Spartan now has to move back. Rip taking the initiative, moving it up. Angle Senpai going to definitely appreciate that as they grab the goal here. He has to spend the Aimee ult, but a very good angle on it. Rip trying to move through, grab the pass away, is able to help with the help of Angle Senpai to move it out. That means Spartan's going to have to flip, is going to get it through. Barriers down on both sides.
Yeah, and the passing plays need to come through for Team of Boss. Both comps are pretty similar in that way, but Angle Senpai and Ripstick, a bit of miscommunication. I think Ripstick really trusted Angle to cover the bottom angle there, but overextension from the Dakar means that Ripstick's the one who looks foolish. I don't think it was the Astro goalie's fault.
Difficult situation to be in. A very good strike from Rabies there. Angle going to try to move a bit forward. Conquer already taking damage. They just have to play to feel a little less risky. And as I say that, they're already getting hit by everything from the IME ult, and Tanky is there to confirm the kill. Rip,
Oh.
almost doing enough to get it away, and Angle Senpai getting a nice kill there, but isn't going to be enough as the barrier is down. If Boss can grab a barrier, it's going to be very good for them. They have a few seconds of a power play. Can they make it work? The passing is great. It does at least take the flip away. That is a nice advantage, but Angle a little too close to the wall there. Rip going to have to spend flip, does get it away, but unfortunately it bounces over to Tanky, who passes it very cleanly, and not much you can do there with your abilities and flips spent. Very clean goal on the side of Gas Leak.
Very, very well done, but I think we're starting to see Boss's anti-synergy kind of coming in here. Angle and Conquer, they're not really playing together, it feels like. And that means that the damage focus on Conquer is so simple for the side of Gas Leak to execute, and they're doing so quite well. They're capitalizing immediately, and Rabies timing mix-up. Ripstick not ready for the 3-0 set win, and Gas Leak are looking good in this game.
They got the damage, they got the ability usage. Angle and Conquer not really able to find it yet, playing a bit too risky in some of those plays and just not able to sustain their offense even in the moments where they do get it through. Ravi's definitely going to be happy to pick a ad rush, going to want to kill more, and I mean, Tanky also, we've mentioned before, Tanky was using those secondaries with Fight or Flight. On top of that, having Super Surge means I think Gas Lake's got a pretty nice draft here, with all things considered.
Yeah, the missile prop is a factor, but other than that, it is just a minor benefits for the side of Boss. Gas Leak are going to be KO monsters right now, and the Conqueror is the main target. No elusive available, just being targeted down. But the barrier taken, Angle Senpai in position, and the Conqueror finding a KO on Rabies. There's no way that should have happened.
Oh, either way, it did happen. Spartan now taking quite a bit of damage, almost out of the play themselves, but it finds a really nice strike. Not going to get anything off it, but is going to try and apply the pressure. Angle and Rip, though, have all the room and none of the pressure to have to really put up with that. Gonna have to spend the flip as Conquer is put into the core there, but Tanky immediately moving through the Super Surge speed and the flip to try and push it through. Ooh. Not gonna get a chance. The flip to try to kill isn't gonna work, and Rip is now out of the game. So is Angle Senpai. Conquer is back in the play, but I mean, with the 3v1, what can you do? Not much, unfortunately, and despite all the twists and turns, it looks like Gas Leak made their presence known in this choose your own adventure story here.
Yeah, they are preying on the any sort of lack of coordination from Boss is being punished here. Angle Senpai makes a solo play, but all we're seeing from Boss are solo plays. They got a rotation going, Ripstick and Angle pushing forward, but the goal just seems so far away.
I didn't even mention it earlier, but Spartan having extra spec is also really nice here. We've seen how much pressure the IME special turret puts through, and getting that access to way more means that it heavily bolsters the offense of Gas Leak. Again, the pressure is moving through. Conquer trying to get the core out there, so is Rip. They are at least going to get Tanky out of there. Conquer taking a bit of damage, but is already in position with Angle Senpai. Not much you can do, especially with Missile Prop here. Could have been threatened, but didn't even need to. Just so many good dribbles there. Means Angle Senpai going to just throw that right in. Spartan does not have an answer to that.
And those are the types of plays we need to see from Boss, and maybe we'll see a turnaround here if they can get it done. But right now, they have to worry about a ton of damage on Conquer. It's a recurring theme right now, but a good bull rush will secure the orb, and the Conquer will stay alive here. Big opportunity for Angle Senpai and Ripstick, but they got to get the pass through to the X, and they managed to do so. Pummeler's X gets some value, and that is once again Rabies going down. Needs to position a little bit less dangerously, I think.
Conquer for the first time holding on to more than one stack of prize fighters. Definitely happy to have that, although I'm sure Gas Leak not going to let that stay for long as Conquer getting taken out of the play. Cutting off the lane with Vice Ult, very good, but Rip, good dribbling there to avoid Tanky making any plays. Is going to prevent the power play from really doing anything, and Spartan is not fast enough to avoid Rip's flip, which goes through. Conquer is now back. The power play is over. Going to have to try to find a way through, but not a lot of angles for this, and Tanky's already in position.
It's a brawler in the net. I like that they rotated there, but Ripstick just couldn't find a good time to fall back, and then the Conqueror unfortunately just strikes it in the wrong direction against the fakest Centauro combo of all time. All good though. Well played, Tanky.
Either way, it seemed to work. Just a bit too many difficulties here for Boss to really find a way through. But again, once they get that the offense going, I feel like they're grabbing the barriers really nicely. But not in this case. Spartan, Tanky, and Rabies doing such a nice team defense there to avoid anything. And in between all of that, Conqueror taking the damage, being taken out, is now back to 0 stacks. And the Vice primary there already sending the barrier away from Boss. Definitely not looking good here for them.
Yeah, good defense by Ripstick so far, but Tanky's in there, the core stop, and then the primary second hit comes in. Gasleak with a dominant Game 1 victory. It was from start to finish a game that was under their control. I almost forgot it was Drakkar, and I even zapped. There was only like one Drakkar knockback KO in the entire game.
Yeah, it didn't happen all that often. I feel like, I don't know, we kind of saw before in our earlier sets that X kind of just has a lot of difficulty getting started, and unfortunately, despite Conqueror's best efforts in some of those plays, we saw more of that here. You're not dealing with Finny, but you are dealing with a lot of characters that can attack you at range and just whittle you down, and even if they don't have immediate knockback, once you're low on stagger, that does not matter against Zentaro Vice.
Yeah, we'll see what happens in the next match, but for now, I think Gasleak played to their win condition quite well, and yeah, we'll see how it goes.
I mean, I'm just curious what the next map is, because that one was, I mean, is the most KO-centric we've seen so far, although it's at Lab. Okay, well, basically not as KO-centric, but I mean, the middle is basically still a KO box, so I think it'll continue, to say the least.
Yeah, and we'll see what the starting rankings are, and I'll have you talk a bit about them.
I'm excited to do so.
I think Gasleak are gonna take blue. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, we'll have to wait for that one. Speaking of other topics, though, I'd be well, Gasleak went red side. That's interesting. That's really interesting, actually. Any thoughts on red versus blue side?
I mean, I don't know. I guess I just end up auto-picking blue when I play in tournaments. But, yeah, I mean, having the early pick of striker is just usually nice, and I don't end up falling into a lot of cases where I decide to pick red, but I feel like
we need an investigation. Gasleak got prize fighter start and the heavy impact start. There is no way. This cannot be real.
No.
Well, Prime Pan Man.
Like every game so far has had some sort of damage awakening. I think other than like the Oni Village game, which I think was Ariel's focus. Yeah, Vice getting banned makes sense. Vice gets so much value off of heavy impact that you don't want to deal with it, especially when you have someone who plays Vice so much.
Yeah, well, that ban is good, but they still do pick the Estelle, and Estelle's such a versatile pick. Lots of damage, lots of KO confirms, and of course that individual scoring potential. I like that for Boss, but Gasleak's about to go a little crazy, I think, with this heavy impact start.
Both Estelle and Rasmus getting picked, both characters that benefit heavily off of heavy impact being at the start of the draft in terms of damage, core control, core speed, scoring, basically mostly everything. Cooldowns. Yeah.
Well, there's Juno. There's Rabies on Juno, so heavy impact will not be getting value here. But the stacks on stacks is doing a huge, doing a lot of work for this Juno here, who will be very happy with that. And I'm interested to see what the final pick is. It might just be What would the final pick be for Gasleak here? but the X comes back for the Conqueror, and maybe in a game where damage is less overwhelming for Gas Leak, the Conqueror will have a better time, maybe, but I'm not sure.
I was just about to say, I think Rip's gonna play into Dubu here, and yeah, there it is. I wish I got to say it before it came up, but I was thinking in my head it's gonna be a Dubu pick. I could see it on both this map and against this comp. And Rip's confident in the Dubu, so I'm not surprised. Conquer's confident in the X. I hope it works out better for them in this case. Mako getting picked up does enjoy a heavy impact start and getting to buff Rasmus size, so I'm not surprised by that pickup either.
Yeah, and it does look pretty comfortable for Gas League once again, and there's a lot of bestie bucks on the line, a lot of eyes on this one. So that's going to be pretty important here. But taking a look at the boss comp. The boss comp, it's so dependent on the Conqueror getting in there, and I hope it works out for them. But I feel like Gas Leak have so many ways to play around the X, so many avenues to interrupt in the midfield that unless Angle Senpai steps up big time, this is going to be a very hard game.
And at the very least, when we were looking at Cutie Patooties, Estelle being a pickup into X was stronger than Era before, and they were able to just find the scoring opportunities where, like, even if X was getting hit out of the way, you got to sort of keep playing it. I'm curious if Gas Leak ends up letting them get away with that though here, because I mean, granted, I feel like it does work out at least for boss, because having heavy impact is such a boon for Estelle in so many ways that I don't know. Even if Conqueror just does enough to like apply pressure, I gotta stop saying pressure. I feel like I've said it too many times. If Conqueror does enough to just stay up there and harass Spartan, then Angle Senpai, if they put in the work, yeah, I think the comp could see some good use here. And if Rip even cuts off lanes, well, not really lanes on Atlas, but just cuts space away, then they can make it work.
Yeah. We're just waiting for Gas Leak to get ready. Okay, they're ready. We're heading into it. Yeah, I think we've talked about quite a bit, and we'll see if Boss can bounce back, but Gas Leak is looking confident enough to take this one.
I'm excited to see the Juno. Haven't really seen that yet. Definitely want to stay alive to keep your stacks up. If teams play around that, you can maybe even find teams taking away stacks, and that'll make it hard for the midfielders to play. At least for Juno to play, because I assume Angle's taking heavy here.
Yeah. Well, again, the one rule of ISS OSAS is a bet on the Juno, so we'll see if Rabies gets it done with it. And yeah, we'll always have to see as Tanky takes first blood on the barriers.
Haven't played with Tanky. Tanky's very comfortable on the Rasmus, trying to move it through. If they let Tanky do his own thing, it'll be very good here. Does avoid the double barrier. Great work by Spartan and Rabies on that front, but not really finding a chance to get it up here. The Rabies Tanky duo are a little spread out, not really able to pass, and Rip and Angle are shutting down their advances pretty well so far.
Yeah, and Conqueror taking a lot of damage, but the same can be said about Rabies, who is very much on that store here with no evade available. If the Conqueror can find a KO here, that would be huge. And there it is. There's the power play. There's the goal. And in a game where overall damage is lower, I think Boss is the one who is favored in the KOs.
I mean, now X is having a better chance of playing the game here, because I feel like IMESAP can obviously work, but it's so aggressive that if the other team's playing around it, it's just difficult for X to get online. Now Conqueror is kind of in the zone here. Tanky, though, almost getting a double, but Rip does deny it. Only one barrier coming out. Great passing there from Juno. The Juno Slimes making it work. Means Tanky going to grab the second barrier either way, though. Definitely a lot of flips going to be coming out here. First flip going to be spent by Conqueror. Does grab the barrier for it. Spartan still holding on to a flip, though. Is going to use it to deny things here. Tanky trying to move through, but is instead going to take a bunch of staggered to the face in response, as Spartan and Rabies, again, have to work to move it away from Angle and Conqueror.
Yeah, they do have the barrier advantage and do have the KO found. The Slime's helping get out of the corner as well. The passing plays, though, slightly disjointed, and Angle Senpai stalling out quite a bit. Ripstick walking up, has the speed to do so as well. Another good pass through the center. It just looks like Boss are way more comfortable when not on Naimi's app. They look like they're a very well put together team, and the opposite can be said about Gas League. But Tanky with the individual play, no, Tofu Fortress is enough. And now the hook comes in, but it goes to Ripstick around the world. The Conqueror trying to make it happen here, but a good strike by Spartan. Rabies misses the corner. All good, though, and a roll by Ripstick will send it forward. A strike will win by Tanky. Slowly rolls in, and that will be a big point for Gas League.
I mean, with the momentum boots buff, it's a nice thing to take, but you got to be careful of the risks there. Rip weighed them and almost did make it, but just missing in that last interaction. Unfortunately, got the goal away. But hey, you got points to play with, might as well take a few risks. Angle going to be trying to move it through, not going to get a chance. Tanky holding onto a flip, isn't going to grab the second barrier, though. Conqueror almost getting two with that play, but it is going to get hit away by Spartan. Either way, though, both teams just finding the chances to play the offense, but immediately getting defended against. No team really taking immediate momentum, but with the flips here, Spartan's going to get it through. Again, though, Rip just immediately taking it away, but it comes back thanks to the pass from Rabies. Tanky using the flip before they lose it, although so much damage being taken means a power play might come out, and all that work might be for naught if Tanky's not careful here.
Gotta be careful of the chip damage. Oh, but Ripstick falls for it. Tanky with the hook perfectly placed, and that's a huge goal, especially in a spot where the Rasmus was almost going down here. No meter available for the side of Gas League, but honestly, that's fine. You have the point lead.
Yeah, Boss making some early aggression to move it through. Isn't going to be able to pick up a barrier thanks to the efforts of Rabies and Spartan. Again, no barrier taken out, but Conqueror is able to remove Juno from the game. And a good attempt there for the defense, but isn't going to go through. Does get hooked away, but Tanky can't get anything off of that. Angle still holding on to a flip. Very nice benefit for Boss if they can really make it work. Has the patience to find the dribble up there, but Rip is going to have to burn a secondary against how fast that core is moving along the edge.
Yeah, what a strike war by Rabies. Angle Senpai's flip being caught out perfectly, and now Tanky's putting on so much pressure. Ripstick's winning the strike wars, but how many strike wars can you win until the barrier goes down? Well, the answer is it wasn't a strike war, it was a strike around the Dubu here. Ripstick sending it away for now, has the flip available, but the open net is looking quite dangerous at their back, and Spartan just keeping it away. Conqueror with a strike reset, not quite enough, and the rebound as well, defended by Spartan. Flip available, the Slimes will say no, and a flip by Ripstick will have to be used. Right to Conqueror, a great angle, and the possession being kept by the Conqueror. The dribbling plays down to Angle Senpai. Oh my, Boss are activated.
Yeah, Rabies jumping out a little too early, hoping the Slime would cover that, but with only 40 stacks of speed, the Slimes aren't going to be fast enough to catch that sort of play. Rip is going to lose a barrier early on, and unfortunately the secondary, but now Conqueror and Tanky are fighting it out. Rip trying to help out, but Conqueror tries to move back. Tanky takes full advantage of that, and primaries right back. Now with the Mako abilities going on the offensive, Rabies does move it through, has the flip available, is trying to make the push, but Conqueror already back, hitting the core away and immediately hitting Tanky into an early grave 6 feet under. Does try to move it through with that secondary, does get it around the Mako secondary, is able to get the second barrier thanks to the pass from Angle on the barrier, and now trying to strike war, but Spartan winning these strike wars really well. The flip though from Angle, very hard to contest that, not too much left in the abilities, and Boss now taking the early lead, which is a very nice boon for them after that last match.
Yeah, I feel like Gas League should have had that in the bag, but they just didn't really get it done in the end there. And now the reward is a missile propulsion on Estelle, a little bit underwhelming. Of course, that Awakening does work, but a little underwhelming compared to the explosive entrance. Spartan giving the entire team a lot more speed, and size also picked up for Tanky. This draft looking kind of nice. for the side of Gas Leak. I'm not going to lie. I feel like they turbo won the draft, actually.
Yeah, no, I mean, Rasmus getting nice size here is really good. Most of the size is now gone too, so not a lot of size scaling left other than recovery drone, big fish. But either way, though, is going to get a nice strike shot there from Spartan. Isn't going to hold the barrier for too much longer, but it was good while it lasted. Trying to move it around. Tanky taking the initiative to move up, but as that happens, Spartan just can't hold on long enough. The barriers are now both down. Boss having a really good early advantage, especially with Tanky low on the stagger. Rip, though, not fast enough to cover the one barrier. Tanky taking the risk, but it is going to work out. Does dodge the Estelle primary, so the play is still alive. Spartan and Rabies, though, just have to find a way to get it out. The X rotational move just slightly misplaced means that it's not going to go towards the goal. The hook is going to be blasted away by the Atlas Expanse. But again, Angle and Rip doing so much good defense here. Not enough defense. The flip is going to be burnt, but Spartan, really good save there.
Yeah, really good individual save. Barely was able to do so here. And wow, even though the bell ringer went backwards, the save was made by Ripstick here. The goalies are playing quite well and making sure the brawlers do not get it done too easily here. The bull rush making it difficult. The flip coming in. The strike war won by the Conqueror as bit of an awkward point, but well done to Boss.
Good individual plays there, but Boss got it done. The size on X to make the strike wars work is just really nice to work with. Angle Senpai is going to move it up early to grab a barrier, but the expanse bursting there means barriers are down on both sides. And more importantly, barriers are down on the same side on both teams. The goalie going to be capacitated for a bit due to the Mako ult, but not going to last long. Really nice cross clear there from Rip. Means the play is now over. Angle and Conqueror moving it through, but Rabies with the slime and the flip does get it out of there. Now having to make the play again, but against the stealth primary with heavy impact, not much you can do. Conqueror soloing there with that secondary into the strike, just stealing the core away. Spartan not ready for that, no time to flip, but is going to at least hold on to it for this next point.
Yeah, and I think we're starting to see why Boss is taking control so much. It's that Gasly kind of lack a defensive coordination. Spartans are playing pretty well, but Spartans playing pretty well while basically alone in net, and that's requiring the Mako to burn a lot more abilities. I think that is why Boss are getting so much value out of every single offensive push.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't even really get to see that before. Great offense there, though, with the Mako primary covering so much. And I mean, even if you went down, the Juno primary is covering. In the last game, though, we saw how Gas Lake were able to just keep the offensive pressure up. And that works really well on a map like Imizap, where you get so much value off of it and don't have to focus as much on defense. You can just kill the attackers instead. But here, on a bit more of a traditional map, you have to rely on those defensive fundamentals to get the core out of there. And I mean, we are seeing these moments where it's going through. Great save there by Rabies, and the goal by Tanky. As I'm trying to say all this, Tanky doesn't even need me to say anything. It's already going to bring it back to a 2-2.
Yeah, I think it's really coming down to individual outplays. Tanky is out-core controlling in some points the entire team of Boss. So if Tanky can 1v3, I think Gas League are going a little bit crazy here. But right now, it is once again a barrier down, a flip used, and this time it's Boss pushing up with the Tofu Fortress at their back.
Conqueror has got the ult up, which means that not only is taking damage, but the barrier is gone. Tanky being hit away by the Expanse, out of the play now, has to deal with so much. Trying to cut the pass, is able to do so. Conqueror going to be taken away by the Mako ult. Great use there. Hold on as much as you can until Tanky comes back. Tanky is now back in the play. They got the speed to move it up. Conqueror has the health back to play the game again, and Boss playing a bit more defensively, but now they got core control. They can move up just as quickly, and Angle Senpai trying to make the most of it, but is not going to procure the goal.
A good slime redirect by Rabies. Gonna need to look for a pass here up to Tanky, but interrupted by Angle Senpai. And wow, Conk almost got that KO here. Now a pass to the bottom side as well. Conk looking for the angle, but Angle Senpai continuing to stay alive as well. The KO is just not being able to be confirmed so far here. They don't have a Vice on Imizap, unfortunately. and this barrier is still standing.
Yeah, great move back by Angle to cover the strike. Tanky's out of the play yet again. Took too much damage in that earlier scuffle. Spartan is still holding on to a flip, but is going to have to burn it early. Rip also choosing to burn early for the forward aggression. Angle now does come in with the flip. Not timed fast enough. Spartan in starstruck as the flip goes through. Granted, even if you hit that, the X secondary being right behind it, that was a difficult play to deal with. Boss is now really making this work.
That they are, and they are rewarded as well with the first pick in this draft for the Estelle. The prime time gonna be the option here, but this Rasmus is getting even bigger. If anyone can carry this game, it's Tanky with a million size, but you gotta watch out for that X, who is now gonna dash punch and actually kill.
Yeah, Juno even going out of the way to deny the extra special. Do not want to let Rip set up those bad situations with the Tofu Fortress.
Yeah, that's pretty huge. Although Ripstick still gets a good awakening. The important thing about Tofu Fortress is that it's a one-button counterplay to Tanky McTanky's entire game plan. And right now, what Gasleak need is Tanky to carry, because I don't think they can magically get their defensive coordination up, so they need that solo offensive play from the massive Rasmus.
Yeah, he's going to get one barrier, but not enough for two. Conquer and Angle working really well, but Spartan with a great strike there denies even one barrier from being taken. Such a difficult situation to get through, but Gasleak finds a way. Now having to deal with all this offensive pressure, but again, Rabies and Spartan, really good strikes there around all those abilities. Does choose to hold the Mako secondary, which means Spartan not in position to deny that, but is going to get a very good out clear. What can Rip do? Too many abilities
What
on
the
Dubu. Hook was amazing.
Yeah, Tanky McTanky got the hook at the perfect time. When I saw Rabies shoot to the bottom side, I was like, Ripstick has that. And then the hook came, Tanky pulled the Dubu away, and it was a great team play between Rabies and Tanky to secure the goal. But there, I really don't like how Rabies is playing kickoffs. A lot of the time the core just slips by, and with Rabies jumping forward, that means that Spartan's alone on defense. And, well, Ripstick rolled forward a little bit, and now no one was on the defense for a moment, so Boss need to keep up this pressure.
Very least, though, Gasleak's great defense there, using the Mako primary hitbox there to avoid the flip from Conqueror. Either way, though, a lot of damage being put out on Conqueror means they might be out of the play for a bit if Gasleak can have their way. Even the strike shot coming out to try and kill, but isn't going to do so. Rip, though, using that chance to take the initiative, is going to help get Tanky staggered as well, and Conqueror does not like Tanky being in that position, meaning that they are now out of the play. Angle even almost getting hit away, but Spartan does lose a barrier to the stealth primary.
Yeah, very good primary, even while on death's door here, but the respawn comes in, the carry is back. The Rasmus trying to get something done, but the hook sends nowhere. Good clear by Spartan around the world, but it goes around the barrier to Sad Boy's Angle at the worst possible time. And there's the Conqueror, a good bell ringer to set it up. Oh, we needed an earlier strike there on the defense from Gasleak, but wow, what an unfortunate turn of events.
Yeah, no, that's for sure. And now the energy economy is starting to come online. Both teams, Rabies almost on a flip, although does have to dodge there. Rip had a flip, but did spend it. Unfortunately, the barrier was still taken away from Boss. Tanky is taking quite a bit of damage yet again, and considering how much Tanky's been doing for the team, that's not good to do. But before that happens, both barriers go down. Boss now sitting with a bit of a disadvantage as Spartan and Rabies have to put in the work to avoid barriers being taken. Does decide to flip to not even have one barrier be taken. Tanky taking the core for themselves despite the very good Dubu roll there, and Rip just not in position to grab it away.
Rip barely missed the angle on the clear there. The timing was good. The timing was really good from Ripstick. Got the clear down, but the angle was just off, and that was almost one of the most brilliant moments that I've seen in ISS in general, just like straight up from Ripstick. But so close, so far, but they still might have the point in their hands. They have two flips in the enemy net here, but a missed strike on the flip, and Rabies will capitalize. If there's something she can do, it's KO, and she gets it done.
Don't even need Vice for it, just use the flip. Are going to pick up one barrier off the power play, but are not going to get a chance to do the second. Conquer smartly moving back for the defense there. Tanky now, again, taking that damage, you got to be careful. But Spartan only really having to deal with Conqueror here is going to defend pretty well. Rasmus now very low on stagger.
Oh,
Conqueror's probably just going to spend ult to kill. There you go. Raby's now going to have to drop back for the defense, but does not cut the pass. And that gives Angle Senpai the perfect position to throw it to Conqueror, and Spartan is not sitting on any abilities that can deny that play.
yeah, we're seeing defensive woes of Gaslick again and again. I don't think Rabies knows how to play defensive midfield, and I think this is just a awkward matchup because Angle Senpai is playing that perfectly this game. Both barriers are down. Every single angle covered by Angle Senpai, it feels like. But that is one barrier taken, but it goes around to the Conqueror. Spartan's going to have a hard time when Angle Senpai's finding the passes. Good clear for now as the Slimes help out as well. Flip available for Ripstick here, and I think that Gas Leak... No! What a snipe by Spartan! That's a huge opportunity, and Rabies is in there with the strike.
Well, alright, if there's one thing I could say, Rip has a tendency to flip for the offense. And don't get me wrong, as a goalie myself, I enjoy doing that from time to time. But when you put it all on the line like that, you know, when you enter the kitchen, you got to get prepared to be burned, and that was a very good capitalization off the flip whiff by Rabies and Tanky there.
Yeah, and it all started with the snipe by Spartan, and that gives Hotshot. That is huge for the game plan of Gas Leak. Hotshot Juno allows you to bypass a lot of the defensive midfield interactions as long as the slime gets on it, and that's going to make them have to play the part of the game they're not as good at less, and that's going to be huge for them.
Didn't even see Boss grabbing too much for this draft. I guess they do get team player, which is nice, but well, Tanky's out of the play. Spartan does also grab aerials, some more Mako speed.
Okay, well,
definitely going to be
you said not too much. Conqueror is Boke up. Let's be clear. Conqueror has Boke up. Guys.
I didn't think it'd be that deep. No.
It is that deep. An 15 player. And high key, Boss got an insane draft. My bad for talking about Hotshot.
I thought, at the very least, without more stagger, Conqueror wouldn't get as much value off of it. But
forget about that.
Wrong.
Boke up might be the best awakening in the game. Probably like top 3. Probably like top 3. And oh no, the own barrier comes in as well. Tanky looking for the outplay here, but can't quite reach the core. But one more chance here. If Rabies can get it around, a good strike war win. The Slimes as well, but the Tofu Fortress shuts it all down. Angle Senpai in position, a flip to the top side. And once again, Rabies and Spartan 2 clumped up. The Boss are looking to take this to game 3, and they look confident.
Well, Boss definitely feeling the momentum now, moving it quickly. Gas Leak has to find something to deny all this. Spartan at least try to move it through, but Angle Senpai is covering so much so well, and Conqueror perfectly in position to make the strike war happen. Both barriers are now down. Rip's going to lose a barrier, but with Dubu, does that really matter even on a map like this? Conqueror is going to be denied by the Mako special, but is already in position. The X rotational move is coming through, and thanks to that hit by Angle Senpai, Boss just bulldozes through this game and takes it for themselves.
It's a tale of two midfield games, right? Game 1, it was all Rabies, all damage, all Imizap. Game 2, it's all Angle Senpai with all the core control, with all of the angles being cut off. And it was such a massive difference in both games. And as we head to Gates of Obscura for our third game, after this kind of game, I think I am favoring Boss quite a bit.
No, I mean, there's no more Imizap, so you can't really play the hyper aggro comp that we saw earlier. Now you have to balance both aggression and defense. And like you pointed out, Boss just has the advantage in that so far. We'll have to see, though. If they continue denying Rabies, they might still continue the advantage, but maybe they're looking to deny Tanky from running that Rasmus Gambit, because when Gas Leak had the game going, Tanky was doing so much on the offense, and you do got to be careful if they get that started again.
Yeah, it looks like Boss have opted for red side. That's interesting. Gates of Obscura, red side coming in for Boss and Gas Leak. They're not getting the Vice.
Yeah.
Boss, you better ban the Vice, because that is the only win condition that Gas Leak has, I think.
Powerful win condition. I mean, I appreciate both these teams for giving us a cavalcade of interesting maps. I love Gates. I'm glad to see Gates here. That's all I gotta say about it. Fun map.
Yeah, we'll see. Wait, Bokup is 360 stagger?
It's
I,
wild.
I thought the power stat was overtuned, then I forgot that it was 360. I thought it was like 300. And it would be pretty good at 300 too, let's be clear. It would still be pretty good. But it's 360. I mean, this Bokup awakening, man.
Every time I think about this patch, I remember talking to one of my friends, and they were saying like, yeah, they're tuning down aggression and KO comps in this patch, and
Wait,
I was
wait.
like,
Okay, okay.
I'm not
Let's be
sure.
clear, Frying Pan Man. Slandering this patch will not be appreciated because this patch.
No, no, I don't blame the patch. I'm fine with it. I'm just saying they told me that it was gonna be less aggressive, and I immediately got to see how it was the same amount of aggression as usual.
Well, let's be clear. A lot of it is conditional.
Hmm.
A lot of it is dependent on a lack of counterplay or specific circumstances being enabled in the game, like Affinity, of course. But I do think damage feels pretty fair in the current state of the game. You'll see it running over OSAS and maybe running over ISS a little bit, depending on certain things. But that's more because the counterplay is less developed. It's harder to play against damage than it is to play damage. It is the big thing in terms of like skill wise. So that's usually what ends up happening. But overall, I think it's in a pretty good spot. And thank you, boss, for banning Vice. That they identified the draft win condition.
Hey, either way, I'm down for the damage. I'm all for it. I've been brawling out lately. Um, Gas Lake is going to rely on the Rasmus yet again. Tanky's been going hard with that, and we're going to be seeing more of it. Conqueror using the X yet again. Conqueror knows what they like. That's how it is. But we are also seeing the IME this time, I assume, from Angle Senpai. Was banned out last game, is free this time, so taking full advantage.
Yeah, and Stell coming in this time, I think that'll be pretty interesting for Gas League here. Should be a lot more comfortable for Rabies in this spot. Um, I don't know though. Maybe that could be a goalie. Rasmus could be the goalie too. We're getting a lot of theoretical flex picks here. Very, very theoretical. It's probably just gonna be like a boring melee goalie pick on B3, and it is. It's the Dubu. But theoretically, that could be the brawler. I'm coping.
Dubu Brawler would go crazy, but is a bit of a risky pick, I will say.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what happens here because the game plan has not changed for the side of Boss. Gas League need to show that they can get it done, and we'll see in this Gates Obscura match as this ISIS finale is gonna go till like 2 a.m.
At the very least, Boss is gonna choose to hunker down, be a bit more defensive here with the Atlas goalie. Relying on, I mean, the aggression we've seen from Angle and Conqueror so far, so I'm not too surprised. Um, Assuming it's, yeah, they they all kind of have flex picks. Dubu, I would assume it's a Dubu goalie, but I mean, who knows? Surprise me.
Yeah, we'll see. Everyone taking a bit of a break before this very important final match. This is really interesting too because Boss looked like they were the favorites in the group stage, and then they had to FF a match and maybe two or so. Uh, they had to DQ because of internet and a
Uh,
family issue and a bunch of other things. So Boss had a really weird group stage. Yeah, they had to play out a 2v3 because Angle his power went out. Um, but now they're here and now they're in a game 3 versus Gas Leak. And the question is, can Boss make it all the way to the grand finals?
Starting off on the loser side instead, but they're showing that they are no slouch in that regard. Um, either way, yeah, I think both comps are pretty balanced here. That's all I can really say. I'm curious, considering it's Rabies, Estelle, possibly how that would work out. I haven't seen Rabies on Estelle too much myself, and I also haven't seen Rip play Atlas too much, so I am a bit wary about that too.
Yeah, heading into in-game character select now. I'm very interested. I'm so glad Gas is on blue side because we can see who's locking in what. Okay, well, unfortunately, it is not the whimsical Dubu brawler, but I think we expected that.
Yeah. These picks all make sense. Have I seen Spartan Tubugoli? I'm not sure. I know Spartan.
He has picked it a lot.
Picked a lot? Alright, then yeah. It could be work.
Alright. Well, we are heading into game here. And decisive final match in this loser semis of ISS. Take a look at the starting awakenings. Any big comments to be made?
I am surprised by Rip choosing to scale into Sparks here. Like, it would make sense if no one else was doing it, I guess, but Angle is doing it, so I feel like the size would be better on goalie, but I don't know. If Rip happens to go through with Sparks and somehow contest it, we could have a pretty crazy defensive Atlas here. Rip is also choosing to kind of swap out. Before we saw Spartan playing the strike shot, and we saw some really good snipes from Spartan last game, but now Spartan choosing to play the aggressive Dubu, kind of like Rip did last round, and now Rip is relying on a more defensive goalie here with the strike shot.
Ooh, but there's a big KO from Angle Senpai. As they get a pass through to Conquer. Lots of room to play with. Way too much room to play with. But the Toby Fortress will send it away for now. The roll is good. Conquer and Angles. They're passing back and forth right through the gap in the defensive positioning. Perfectly played by Boss as they take the first goal.
Yeah, Rabies made an attempt there to try and basically strike war with the secondary, but also cover the pass, was just out of position to do it, and that gave an opening for Conqueror to take Angle's pass and move it through. The aggression already coming out is going to try and do a bit of a tricky flip there to bait out any abilities from Gaslake, but is not going to get the chance to do so. Tanky already picking up a nice barrier there. Barrier's down on both sides, but now Rip's barrier is also down thanks to that great strike from Rabies. Has the opportunity and the open field to move it through. Tanky hitting Rip out of the way means that flip goes through, and we are at a quick 1-1 here as Gas League recaptures back the score.
Well played. We'll see if they can create some of that offense again, as Gates Obscure is a bit of an awkward map. I think when heading into this, that's a particle accelerator that went nowhere. Extremely rare moment of Tofu Fortress clumped up being stable instead of unstable, but right now Angle Senpai smells blood in the water. Those dash pops are only going to get scarier as the game progresses, and on Gates of Obscura, it's easier now than ever to punish Ripstick moving up, and I think Gas League are recognizing that.
Oh, the double barrier from Conqueror. Really good strikes there. But Tanky is going to return that with the second barrier take as well. Does use Portal a bit early there. Means that it's just going to go back into Conqueror and Angle, who are going to take it back and start their own offense. But Conqueror does move a little early with the secondary. Means that they're out of position for the pass by Angle. But now they are being attacked. Spartan's being attacked. Conqueror isn't able to pick up the kill, but Spartan not too long for this world, especially if you don't watch out for the bull rush coming through.
Yeah, and the thing is, I feel like Gasly could have won that point. Oh, Tanky had the flip available, but I think Rabies just panicked too much on trying to cross it immediately and lost possession, which meant that it went right to Conqueror's hands. But they still have a point in this set. They have Tanky, who is moving in, getting it done, and 2 barriers already gone.
I was a bit worried for Gas League for a sec, because I feel like no one was really covering the out clear outside of Spartan's log or hot dog there. But either way, they make it work. Really good strike in between them means Angle Senpai does have to burn a flip, but does get it out. The ult there is going to keep Conqueror low on the stagger and also prevent the barrier. Really nice advantage for Gas Leak, but not able to get it away as Angle is able to find some nice passes to Conqueror despite all this. Finally does clear it out. Tanky doesn't have the advantage of any big plays here, especially because the portal is on their side, meaning Rip can just throw it out just like that. Raby's a bit of a risky play, but does work out. Tanky still getting a chance to make some moves, but Conqueror moving back to spend the flip early, not getting anything off of it though.
Oh, Tanky getting up to the top side, but Ripstick with a good send. The Conqueror trying to eat up all of that space right now. A good flip, but it goes right to Ripstick. Oh, these angles are not good from Gas Leak. Ripstick is getting handed these clears on a silver platter, and that means that they're still in the game here. A good strike war win by Ripstick in the corner. Conqueror maintaining possession, looking to mine away the Tofu Fortress here. Another passing play forward to Angle Senpai to strike war on the log. The barrier taken. This could be huge if they can mitigate, and they take out Rabies. There's no way.
Still a chance here, but just really difficult. Atlas still holding on to the ability.
They lost the point.
They
had 4 different strikes on open nets, and they missed all of them. My bad. I'm crashing
folks.
out. I'm crashing out.
Okay. Yeah, take over. Yeah, not the greatest set of score attempts there, but maybe Boss can learn. Or, maybe Gasleaks could learn from them and put it back, though. Boss did have quite a bit of a defensive lineup, though. Rip with some nice clears with the strike shot. Still, though, Angle been doing pretty good work with the the glitch pops, and Hotshot's gonna make those glitch pops even scarier with both the increased core speed and the cooldown. Otherwise, everyone else getting pretty decent buffs. I mean, Rabies is going to get it with an Aerials here. It's going to give more space control to Estelle. Everyone else, I think, just getting what they can for some nice advantages.
I do like that glass cannon pickup for Spartan, though. That additional mobility is going to do a lot of work, especially on Gates of Obscura, where you have a lot of space where you need to cover. But that X is going to take it off quite reliably with the X Maximus in those offensive pushes as well. And the question is, can Tanky survive? And so far the answer is yes. Game kind of getting back into a stable state, but the possession is looking very, very good for Boss here. And they're setting up these passing lanes quite well.
He does try and cover the portal with the secondary there. Not going to get able to. Spartan does hold on to the special there very well to prevent that flip from going anywhere. But now again, Tanky looking far too low on the stagger. Even the strike shots are taking pot shots now. Conqueror trying to move through, but luckily the portal is right there, meaning Tanky is alive for a little bit longer. Got to deny these passes, although that Estelle primary was put to good use to move it through. But the core just moving so fast that, I mean, anytime Boss gets a chance to move out, unfortunate strike by Ripstick.
There's no way Ripstick hit the perfect angle on the corner that bounced right back at him and own barriered, and good on Rabies for securing that goal. W Gas Leak.
Yeah. I mean, as a goalie, I felt that. Oh my goodness. Either way, though, Tanky and Spartan moving up, making a lot of aggression. Rabies does try and cover the out clear there, but the IME special is going to move it through. Tanky does pick up a barrier, although it does do a bit of a pinball bounce there. Spartan, good work to deny the flip away from Conqueror, but is going to have to spend their own flip as an incredible angle here, the passing between all 3 players, and Tanky finding such a clean angle out there. But unfortunately not going to be able to keep possession enough to really make the goal count.
Oh, Tanky looking for a re-angle here. Almost gets it, but Angle Senpai deflects it on the other end, and now the barriers are down. Now there's a flip available. Doesn't even need it as they take out Spartan. There's the explosiveness from Boss, and they have a flip to go into the next set with.
The second barrier went down, but Spartan unfortunately couldn't find a clear away from the oncoming Angle and Conqueror duo. Should have at least tried to wait it out and go through the barrier that got taken away, but as I say that, Rabies already out of the play. Spartan, though, finding a really nice dribble, does go through portal, doesn't find anything, now has to deal with all these abilities coming out, as well as the possible flip from Angle if things get too hasty, but Rabies does find a really nice Estelle primary out of that entire play. Now you have to deal with, again, the flip coming out. There it is. does have the log available though, and Conqueror just rushes past, meaning that is not able to contest the log, and Rabies now really covering the outclear pass well on that play. Barrier does go down on both sides, but hey, both teams got a good chance of scoring here.
Yeah, Rabies keeping the core up. Good blink forward, but the Expanse nullifies it. Ripstick with still a flip available. The Firewall Sentry set up perfectly, but doesn't quite get it done. Good defense coming out from Gasleak as Conqueror almost zones Spartan all the way away. The hit stun's almost enough, but almost doesn't cut it here. Ripstick, the flip whiffs, the perfect dribble by Tanky. Trying to send it through the portal right now, but Ripstick a bit too hasty, punished by Rabies, and that's a lead in this set for Gasleak.
Gasleak making the most of that play. Not only did they waste the flip there, but Rabies kept the aggression moving forward while Tanky made sure to cut off the pass. A bit of a role reversal, but hey, in situations like that, you gotta adapt. Gasleak getting a really nice goal thanks to that. Spartan, good Adubu roll there, being able to deny any barriers from being even taken. Tanky is going to be looking at a flip pretty soon, but Angle already has one and has grabbed both barriers thanks to the IME ult. I almost thought that barrier didn't get taken. Angle is going to have to bury that flip early. Does do a nice little back hit against the wall, and Angle capitalizing off of Tanky's risky placement by immediately grabbing that kill. The Duba roll, though, still catching it. Spartan is still in the game here.
Yeah, now Rabies is looking to try and make a play on the barrier. Not quite as it goes through the portal, and Tanky not there in time. A good early strike by Spartan, though. And Ripstick pushed up a little bit too far. Burned the flip as well. It's all starting to fall apart a little bit here for Boss. They got to be careful now around this portal. Tanky McTanky around, has enough speed, but Angle blinks back just in time. Ripstick sends it around, right to Conquer around the world. Angle Senpai focused too much on the glitch pop, hit neither the glitch pop nor the character. Oh no. And that's a big set win for Gasleak.
Well, okay. Rabies definitely putting in the work now on the defense compared to last game. Maybe just feels a bit more comfortable on Estelle. I respect that. Spartan getting a really nice defensive boon with extra special. It also denies IME.
But that's team player.
Into the turrets. Yeah, team player is going away, but honestly, as a Dubu player, I could see either or myself.
Yeah, but I feel like that team player is going to do so much work in these passing angles, and this is scary now. I think that the better draft has gone to Boss, and they have the tools they need to change how the game is played, really, with the core speed.
Well, how those tools are put to use. Spartan having to dribble here to bait out some of the Angle Senpai's abilities, has to spend the ult there to avoid anything big. Does eventually get it out, but Rip's already there to cover with the strike shot. Conquer with a good strike war. Tanky almost getting killed there. If Angle Senpai had access to glitch pop, would have been killed. But still, the space control from the X rotational move and the Angle Senpai glitch pop means that not going to be able to keep control for long, trying to move it through, but Angle is covering that pass so accurately. Rip and Angle just putting in some great defensive work, and the Atlas Expanse coming through means you can't do much. The wall going to cover long enough so that Spartan pretty easy clear out of there, avoiding the flip, doing anything catastrophic.
And the flip whiffs for Angle. Tanky going in for the barrier take. Just unable to do so here. Tanky now with all the speed, the explosive entrance, looking for a dribble, but Angle Senpai with the strike war, but a rebound by Rabies. The barrier opened up, but the team player is activated, and team player in overtime is the win condition here. Ripstick making such good use of it, and I don't think Spartan should have gone the extra special. It is such a massive difference.
That's why Rip went Spark in the beginning, so that when you pick up team player later, you have extra power. Kind of a high-level play, if true. But it is working out, at least in this case. So for Rip's sake, I'll assume that's what it is. Conquer immediately gets access to the core. Not going to make much of it thanks to the Ravi Spartan defense duo here. Still, though, great passes between Angle and Conquer, even if they don't lead immediately to any barriers. Now it's Ravi's turn and Tanky to try and move it through, but instead Ravi's is going to get a few bruises from Conquer, moving back to attack. Now Spartan has to do a bit of a 1v2 here as Ravi's out of commission, but Ravi is now back, and the play is saved. Barriers still both up for Rip's side, but goes one as Tanky wins the strike war. Spartan uses the log very effectively, but it's not enough. The X rotations are coming through. No out clear covered, which means Angle gets a very clean out clear over to Conqueror. Again, Tanky gonna have to find an opening here, but so many Atlas abilities means that there's not a chance, and the flip not gonna lead to anything, but Conqueror now has the core and the strike warring and the size and the flip.
Yeah, it was good by Spartan at the start, but they just couldn't get it out of the corner. The firewall sentry was incredibly weird from Angle, but it actually ended up blocking off the bottom side, so Spartan didn't clear that way. And it ended up working out for them. They burn all their abilities in the corner, but now that Spartan zoned away, and that's one barrier taken, and it looks like Boss are just so comfortable in this game. Not Ripstick, though. Panicking a little bit there. All good, though.
Makes it work. Barrier still up. Angle finds a nice glitch pop to get it away. Does have to end up flipping. Spartan chooses to flip as well. Ends up being a little too aggressive though as Conqueror reads the flip and takes it back. Tanky now also spending flip, but isn't going to get quite the angle that they need to make it work. And the Conqueror is large and in charge and has 2 size awakenings, and the X Maximus means that very difficult to strike war this X.
Yeah, and the thing is, right, Rabies is succeeding on offense, but hasn't really had too many chances to go on offense. Same with Tanky, where they tried to push it in the corner aggressively, but they just can't keep it there long enough, and eventually it slips away. Eventually the team player can be activated, and eventually the passing plays are just superior from the team of Boss. And the Awakening pickups are superior for the team of Boss as well. The 1-2 punch, Angle Senpai is going to kill for real now. And Missile Prop is the Atlas unlocked.
Nah, Atlas definitely happy to have that, especially because you also got Spark of Strength. Again, I guess it was the secret Atlas pick all along. Means more damage, more core, speed. Either way, though, Ravi's going to have to spend the dodge early as the aggression comes out. But Dubu roll does go away. Gravies, though, great save. A little bit early usage of the portal, though, not what we're looking for. And now you have the core stuck in there thanks to the weird Dubu wall. Classic Dubu scenario. Now you're going to have to strike war. The Conqueror, who's in there, but not in there enough. Spartan finds a way out. Rabies almost cuts the pass, but just whiffs. But it's still enough to defend as Tanky gets access to the core yet again.
Yeah, now the Conqueror just going in for the solo goal here. Angle Senpai maintaining possession as well. They get it away, but it just goes into the hands of Ripstick, who just team player passes it right to the center of the map. This game plan from Boss is looking so coordinated, so stable. And it's doing a lot of work as they flip it through, find the goal, the hit stun just for good measure. And Boss with a very dominant game here.
They also already both the other players have flips. Spartan and Tanky have a flip and are close to flip, but Rabies unfortunately was getting hit so much by the enemy abilities that just didn't have time to build any meter, and that means their that Gas Leak's energy economy is a little bit behind.
Just a little bit here. Tanky looking for an individual outplay, but there's the 1-2 punch. There's a flip for the KO as well. The power play activated now, and Rabies interrupting for now. Cut 2 passes, but it feels like the stalling. It is good, yes, but it's only stalling the inevitable here. As once again, Angle Senpai threatening, forcing out evades. Conqueror in the mist. But, you know, they are holding. The Gas Leak are holding, and maybe they'll be able to get it out of the corner.
Yeah, and does find a way out there. Very good 2v1.
Ooh.
Now has to deal with all the Rasmus abilities. Rip's not going to find an opening as they were out on Atlas abilities in that case. Conqueror does move it through the portal, which gives a very good chance for Angle to set up into the IME turret. Good impacts there, but Rip finds a nice strike to avoid all of them. And again, the passes between Angle and Conqueror are so well placed here, and unfortunately just not being covered enough to prevent Boss from running it. The Rasmus ult, unfortunately, just moving it back, but Tanky does get access to the core yet again, and uses it with the weak hit of the primary.
Bit of an early strike by Angle, a bit awkward, and that's 1-1, and those are the goals that Gas Leak needs. But the question is, can you replicate that, right? Because that was just like a really awkward end to the point, where Tanky was the one making all the breakaway plays, and this is a lot more replicable though. Great Tofu Fortress, great pressure in the corner, but only one barrier goes down.
Rabies taking the initiative this time to actually cover the out clear, which is good because you can keep the play up that way. Tanky, though, taking way too much damage. Use it or lose it. The flip comes out, but Barrier is not taken. Conqueror does at least take away Spartan's flip. Barrier is eventually taken. Again, Tanky just going to be out of the play, but I mean, so is Conqueror. How many... There's not even... It's just 2 sparks. I mean, I guess Dubu Wall is powerful, but dang.
Yeah, and now it's Angle Senpai, though, winning a strike war against the goalie, taking it against the much larger Dubu here, and that's going to mean an open net. Rips it with a flip available. Flips air, but all good. And now a flip for Angle Senpai. Goes for the passing dribble. Goes for the strike war win. Is the Conqueror. The Conqueror is strike warring everyone, it seems, and a brawler that's doing that is probably winning.
No, that's, especially with X and the size you can gain, that's definitely what you want to do. Rabies does find a nice little clean strike out there, though. Tanky almost fully sets up off that. Isn't able to get it at that. Estelle Primer, unfortunately, was not it. I think if it was without it, Spartan could have found the down clear, but it hit it right back up. And now, Spartan, again, not in position. The pass is to Conquer. Conquer's already set up. You got to guess the 50-50. You got to have abilities. You don't have either, meaning that Dubu can't do much against that play.
That was dominant. Gas Leak, we're not looking, I guess, on the same level as Boss on these last 2 maps, and Boss were just so coordinated that it was difficult to be on their level. It looked like they had all the passing lanes locked down. They just got everything done so cleanly, and this is a team that could make it all the way to Grands.
Well, they might, but they got a bit of a journey for themselves. Boss Up is going to make it at least to losers finals off this, where they are going to be facing up against a team we've seen before. That's right, Get Me a Goal. Unfortunately for Gas League, this is the end of their journey, but a very valiant effort, almost making it back here in this match, and we hope to see more from them in the future.
Yeah, it's Boss versus Goal up next. We'll see what's going to happen here in this next matchup. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
Catch y'all soon.
ぱきか気まぐれな戯れかはどうでもいいや魂を燃やせ好きな命と共に退屈しのぎに最高のシャワータイムこの世の終わりが星の呪いどちらかが勝利を収めるこの炎を消せない
Hello, everyone. It was a little awkward how we got here, but we're in the grand finals of ISS Season 3. It's Get Me a Goal versus the Cutie Patooties, and Cutie Patooties, the fan favorites, on winner's side right now. How are you doing, P Flair?
I'm doing good. I'm doing great. And like you said, the situation little bit offbeat, but we here at the finale. So let's see who takes it home.
Yeah, we're heading on to Oni Village. And on Oni Village, we're going to see a lot of core control here. And I think I heard is the lobby bugged?
Let's hope not.
Well, we're
It
stuck.
is.
Yeah, we're stuck on a loading screen. That's rare, but it looks like the lobby is bugged. And yes, there will be a bracket reset if necessary. I hope it isn't, because then we would go incredibly late. But yeah.
Ye- I mean, it's it's been a wild ride for ISS in general. So I know the all six of them are looking to finish this up, finish strong, and move on. Also, maybe get some sleep.
Yep. It looks like yeah, once the loading bug resolves, we should be back into things. You don't see the loading bug much nowadays. I wonder why it happened. It almost never happens nowadays. And maybe some central server weirdness. What the hell? This doesn't usually happen.
I don't know what to tell you. It's something else.
Well, it looks like we might have to go to a new lobby because
Oy, oy. It
yeah,
is what it is.
quite awkward, but looks like we're gonna have to go to a new lobby.
All right. I mean, if that's what we got to do, then that's what we got to do. We are got like we got to finish this one way or another.
Yeah, so I'm trying to get communication from the teams. I need them to talk to me. I'm typing in the SRTG chat. I'm not getting the details. Talk to me. But yeah, it looks like we are going to go new lobby and oh, they loaded into game and we didn't?
What?
That never happens.
That's crazy. How do you even resolve that?
That never happens. Usually the lobby just like breaks entirely.
That's a new one.
They're talking about the game, I think.
Mm,
Well, I'm pinging them. Cutie Patooties know, but Cutie Patootie aren't the lobby host, so
mm.
um
And as for the chat, if y'all didn't listen to me at any time in like the past several broadcasts, you should know my favorite OS character, Luna, number one with the bullet. Although I do like Octavia as well, and I also like Juliet. Although Juliet is kind of like just a fallback, but but those are easily my top three.
yeah, well, I have really bad news for you.
What?
Well, it looks like we're gonna go to a new lobby. It's a weird new
Okay,
bug. It looks like.
all right. Well, I'm bouncing out.
Let's see. Invited you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. All right. Okay. Okay. Crazy how we just encountered a bug. And now it's up to the teams to set up again. But be fair. Let's fill some time. Let's talk about the draft.
Sporting.
It's time for goal versus Cutie Patooties. Goal on blue side, Cutie Patooties on red side, and they're banning away the Cutie Patooties Unaka Ultra Dre's Juliet here. Instead, it looks like they will be on the Asher. And on the other end, it's Rasmus Estelle on Oni Village. Lots of mobility, lots of control.
Yeah, that's kind of like the play of the day when it comes to Oni Village. Generally, you don't see too many KOs on Oni Village unless someone gets like very, very good awakenings, or you just catch some folks sleeping a little bit too close to the edge. So yeah, you generally want like a lot of core control, and I can see at least a couple of people whom that aerials will be absolutely lovely on. So
Yeah, and we'll see. We'll see. I think Goal has a comp that can get it done here. Especially because Spots has been fantastic on the Rasmus all throughout today. But on the other side, Cutie Patooties, they're in winner side for a reason.
yeah, and it's going to be very, very worrisome to like get past that nearly impossible combo wall of Asher and Kai. Just the way they operate. I'm assuming like we're playing like Asher forward here. If not, then bit of a different story. But from what I recall, they're very good on like that front line, while Dubu is Dubu, and that big hamster is going to always put up that wall.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. Both teams been waiting quite a bit to play because of an unfortunate situation in losers final. Both teams have been waiting exactly the same amount of time to play, so they're both equally not warmed up, and it's really going to be up to whoever gets the ball rolling first, really.
Yeah, and from the looks of things, it is going to be Goal. I mean, their aggression is something to be noted and watched out for, but if you can get past that, then there are lanes of attack.
Ooh, really good save by Torn, and now Yunaka in position. Symbiotic Sweater needs to keep up, though, and Spots and Solus have the priority in rotations here. What a hook from Spots, level 2, before the goalie, and finds the first goal.
Very nice. Spots, Rasmus, classic combination, and they're going to have to also keep an eye on that. Spots, like you said, has been playing like absolutely absurd pretty much this whole season, so they've got to know that that's the problem right there. That's a problem, and they're going to have to solve it if they want to take this away. They can't just ignore it, and I don't even think it would be a good idea to try and like play around it. Just you've got to handle it.
Yeah, and then oh, the bottom barrier almost taken. Good follow up by Symbiotic. That was a good barrage as well. It covered a lot of the angles, as now Yunaka and Symbiotic have the priority. But Spots once again a brilliant hook, but doesn't get the strike afterwards. And now it's once again Symbiotic with potentially a chance here. But Solus Kage flip available, doesn't choose to use it. Yunaka with the path splitter set up, not quite getting everything together. The combos not quite perfect at the moment, but still looking good. But no, flip forced out, and Symbiotic to the bottom corner. What a good re-angling to even up the game.
That was impressively shallow. I almost didn't think that was quite going in, but I feel like Yunaka managed to stall out the goalie a little bit, which is also something you want to make sure you can do. Like it's very important to be able to like play off goalie, even if it's not just like immediately for a core. So good on being able to recognize that positioning and allow that core to go through.
Oh, what a barrage in. What a strike by Respect to save it. Tofu Fortress to completely trap it, and Yunaka flips to guarantee it. Cutie Patooties. They don't want to go to a bracket reset. They want to sleep before 1 a.m. They have the lead now.
Yep, they have the lead. They also have a little bit of energy to keep this train rolling. Symbiotic Sweater, full stick of butter, ready for that flip. They already have one barrier down. Correction, they have two. Comes out, flips are a little bit early. Like you said, they really want to wrap this one up fast.
Yeah, the flip was way too close to the edge of the map there. A little bit too easy to defend. Not enough angles available. And now Spots on the offense, but no, back to the hands of Symbiotic. Good dribble with the barrage. Now Yunaka with possession, but Spots steals it away. It's all up to Spots here with Erasmus with a self-sufficient pick to get things done, and we'll get both barriers.
Yeah, Spots has been the one to kind of like initiate a lot of the offense with Soul doing a lot for like backup work, but you can see that if they can get that away from him, then the defense starts to like struggle a little bit. So they're gonna have to like figure out how they're going to like answer about that.
Yeah, Crystal Thorns, the strike war wins. Spots evens it up to the bottom corner there. I feel like that shouldn't have been a strike war in the first place. It could have been struck sooner by Cutie Patooties, but you know, Goal will take those.
Yep. No, I mean I completely agree with you, but like you said, that's what it is. We are tied up. Last point for the set. And it is, now I'm about to say Cutie's on the back foot, but nope, tied up. Top barriers remaining.
Top barriers remaining, and now Symbiotic with the rebounds here. You're not going to pass back, maybe. Up to Torrent, it's rotated, and Spots can't get there in time. Good roll, good Tofu Fortress. So much follow-up in the top corner. Cutie Patooties punishing Goal for trying to overforce it, and now they have the flips available. Symbiotic's dribbling, knows they have the opportunity here, but no, it's all Spots. Another hook, another flip available to the top side, forcing a flip out of Torrent as well. Interrupted in the midfield. Yunaka in position, but the KO onto the Kai, and Cutie Patooties now, they're in so much trouble.
That was absolutely impressive on that hold. That was impressive on that stuff, but they are still in the hot seat. They do manage to survive the power play, so very good on them for that. Their coverage has been impeccable so far, Cutie Patooties, and their passing, finding the angles, forcing it through, pushing it in. Very nice pass, very nice follow through. Cutie Patooties taking the sets.
Really well played by Yunaka, noticing that the flip was available and trying to hit stun, and it worked out. I think Respect could have buffered the core flip. I don't know why they went for Expanse at the end, but the play was good from Yunaka, and Cutie Patooties well-deserved set win. They get the draft as well. They get prime time. I think they probably should have picked up the fighter flight, perhaps, but prime time is good too. There's a lot of work being done with the barrages here, and yeah, we'll see. But Prize Fighter, now that awakening is a bit confusing on the take.
Must be feeling confident. That's all I can wager. Because, yeah, I saw Monumentalist, and I thought maybe that would have been like the better shot just for, you know, bigger path splitter.
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility. It also helps the passive barrier on the primary, but you know who needs those when Yunaka's winning strike wars and taking barriers. It might be a power play for a goal, but it doesn't feel like it, as Torrent and Yunaka are setting it around them so well, and all it takes is one more opening to Tofu Fortress. Torrent's using those to plug up the lanes perfectly, and Goal are kind of over forcing. Torrent over pushing, KO'd now, and the Adrenaline Rush procced, but the question is, can they get the barrier? And the answer so far is yes.
Yeah, that was a very close one, and a bit out of position to try and play like secondary defense. Spots does manage to get the angle and get it in for the first goal. Very nice on them to be able to take advantage like that, because it's like you said, they have been playing around and basically doing their best to get the core around and forcing it through when necessary. So it seems like, yeah, the way to answer that, excuse me, is simple. Kill them if they get too close to the edge, because like you said, they've been playing up close to the edge. Torrent has been playing up, and he's been playing near the edge to set those up. So if they can't resolve that, then that happens.
Yeah, Torrent's getting so many rebounds on the top wall, and they don't mark the pass. Solus Kage out of position, which means that Cutie Patooties get to play their game, and it's not going to be easy for Goal to stop this momentum here, because Yunaka is looking for every big opportunity to blow this game open.
No, yeah, exactly. Like you can see, like, and they're kind of like still doing it. Like Torn is just hanging out up there, and as soon as that port goes up, just tosses one of all the umpty million roadblocks you got, and Yunaka's just waiting for the feed, and it's like, yep, I got it, let's go. And they did manage to get the core, but it still feels like Cutie Patootie is kind of like has things in hand. And boom, there it is. Just a very nice hold on that. Very nice, a little bit of Winter Strike War. Fed it up to Yunaka. Yunaka was just waiting, punched it in. Just very nice play. They know what they're doing. They know what their game plan is. They know what they need to do. And Give Me a Goal is not responding to it.
Yeah, well, there's only one thing that Cutie Patooties can't do, and it's use core flip properly. But if they're doing everything else right, then, you know, this is a crazy good team, right? And Yunaka, once again, oh, what a hold with the primary. As long as energy is not involved, they're the best team of all time.
I'm not looking too much energy on either side. The core slips past. Barry tried to go out from Respect, just missed it, and it was going just a little bit too fast. There was nothing they could do because I've said it 50 million times, Atlas does not run, he walks.
He does. He does not run. In fact, maybe he doesn't even walk. Maybe just slowly shuffles. But anyway, that's a Dubu with first pick on the board here. Not the greatest Dubu draft, I gotta say. The Best Awakenings not looking quite good. So I think they're going to drop down to try and get the Kai a good pick here. And both Dash Awakenings available now. So that's probably going to be... Oh, it could be a Spec Trading, but it's probably Explosive Entrance for the Kai for the Blazing Pace. It's Spec Trading. They're feeling spicy. I would have liked the Dash Awakening. Symbiotic's making such good use of the speed, but you know, it's the X Factor.
Yeah, no, it's them saying, like you said, it's them feeling spicy. It's them saying, yo, we in control. We just going to try to add a little bit more. But Spots clearly has taken umbrage with that. Okay, these barriers are flying now. Pardon me. Both teams might be feeling a little bit spicy after that one. I mean, Rasmus does have some of his size, and Respect might be trying to pull like his own Dubu with that Timeless Creator. I don't know. But yeah, things are getting a little bit heated now.
Oh, and Yunaka with the KO. Respect gets there in time, and Torrent's walking all the way up to Somersault. No, Torrent. You saw the hook go out, but it's all good. They still keep the goal alive, but that could have been a goal for them. Yunaka almost getting in there, and Symbiotic Sweater building up a lot of meter. Solus in position. The Crystal Thorns, but the log is stronger. And now the rebounds are coming in the barrages. Yunaka setting up, but this top corner is looking scary now. Symbiotic dropping back to help perfectly. And now with the flip available here, a chance for redemption to the top corner. They get it done.
Very nice. I definitely saw... I didn't see that coming, but I immediately saw like the game plan. The flip came out, and everybody was thinking that's going to the south corner. You just said, nope, made you look, punched it straight in.
Yeah.
Also, I got kicked out.
You got kicked out? Okay, I'll stream. But yeah, it is looking quite good. Oh no, things are lagging. Give me a second. Oh no, this is not good. Okay, we should be back.
All right.
Yunaka, a lot of meter built up here, and Respect under a lot of pressure. Barrier taken already. The Giga Blast with the Spec trading the barrage into the corner. Yunaka, just use the flip. You're in front of the net. Just use the flip, please. Torrent has the flip now, though. Pass to Yunaka. Perfect chance to use the flip. And baits it out from Respect. All good. 1 point away from taking this first game in decisive fashion. Cutie Patooties.
Yunaka was like, oh, you want me to use my flip? How about this? How about I take a flip as well? Very nice timing on that. Just slotted into the top corner. And so now, like you said, yeah, they're very much in the driver's seats are the Cuties. So they got to be feeling some kind of way about that. But they can't let that, you know, they can't let that affect them too much. They still got this last point, and we've seen more than one reverse sweep happen. So keep pushing.
Yeah, they gotta keep pushing, but that Path Splitter is pushing. Respect with basically no counterplay. Takes way too much damage in the corner. Solus with the save, but Symbiotic will secure it. Cutie Patooties speedrun Oni Village on their way to this first map victory.
Very nice. Just systematic, to be quite frank. Like, the only time where it seemed like Cutie Patooties had any kind of concern was in that first set. After that, it was like, all right, no. Let's lock in. Let's get this done. Like, it's late, we tired, let's just finish this. So, finish it they did.
Very, very decisive. Spots had moments of brilliance, moments of real brilliance. Let's be clear, like outplaying the entire team. But in the end, I think the difference in this game was Symbiotic Sweater, who was all over the map, hitting into open space perfectly for Yunaka to get the alley oop, you know, and it was dominant from Cutie Patooties.
Absolutely. I believe on my end, should I like leave and return?
Yeah, you should probably leave and rejoin lobby. I can invite you back.
Righto.
Got you. Oh, and now we're going to Taiko. The Taiko Temple with the side select for Cutie Patooties, who are picking the blue side. And Taiko's a pretty different map. And this is goals. Give me a goals map pick. But Taiko is also like the most picked map in like the past like few months. So it is not a map that should like super favor one team or anything.
People love the chaos. That is what I can only presume there, so I'm not too surprised about its pick frequency simply because it allows, if I'm thinking of the right spot, I sometimes get that and Demon Dice so mixed up, but if that's the bounce house, then hey, I mean, that's chaos, and that is a lot of chances for things to go very, very wrong and very, very right.
Yeah, you know, you're so right. Wow, Demon and Taiko are like overlapping in theming.
Mm,
Just a little bit, yeah.
okay, thought so. And yeah, especially considering the awakenings that we have on opening, like that's going to be a lot of team player. I am like 200% positive.
There are a lot of team players. Yeah, you're right. There are going to be a lot of team players. If you're not taking team player, your team is at a huge disadvantage, especially in overtime. We'll see what happens. It's gonna be Cyan underscore 00C5FF in instead of Solus Kage this time. They had the sub in for one game, but they're getting Cyan back here. And this time the Cutie Patooties, they get the Ultra Dre Juliet. So we'll see.
Yeah, that's very interesting. You can see like there's that the IME band out, the Estelle band out. Again, not surprised at all. Almost entirely because of the awakenings. Although Juliet, team player, that's also very scary. Juno comes into play. That's going to be quote unquote fun.
Yeah, the Juno gonna be pretty interesting. We'll see how Light Sky does on it. As they pick up the Mako goalie as well for respect. On the other side, Torin once again on the Dubu, looking comfortable on the Dubu, and Symbiotic comfortable on the Kai, looking comfortable on the Kai, looking really good on the Kai, importantly, in the previous game. I like Cutie Patooties comp, not because it's like particularly crazy or anything, but just because it looks like they're super comfortable on it, and that wins you late night series.
Yeah, they know what they're doing with these characters, so yeah, you can kind of see the game plan for all of them. And like you said, nothing super surprising, but on Taiko, on Taiko, the map itself is surprising enough. You don't need any surprises with your team. You need to, I've said this before, you need to figure out whether you're going to control the chaos or embrace it. I usually prefer game plans where people just like embrace the chaos and let things just fly. But we're going to see how both of these teams manage to handle things as we go in, I believe.
Yep, heading into the potential final game of ISS here. We can end before 1 a.m., maybe. If Cutie Patooties are the GOATs, maybe. And anyway, no bias. We're heading into this Taiko Temple game. Again, Cutie Patooties on comfort. I'd like that for them. On the other side, get me a goal. This is a comp that has a very high ceiling. They can get it done with this comp, but the question is, can they coordinate and can they get past Symbiotic Sweater on the Kai?
Yeah, that that pretty much is going to be the question. Because, yeah, like you said, this team has a lot of potential. Juno can cover a lot of space. Mako can allow for, honestly, a lot of surprisingly effective core control and just, being able to speed them up, which would definitely help that Asher. So you can see the vision. Like, it's there. It's a good vision. It really just, it's a simple statement, but it comes down to execution. Like, can they actually pull it off against this team?
Yeah, will they be able to do so is the question. We'll see as we head into the game. A team player abounds in this one. Count the team players.
I see not many, actually. We were wrong completely. Only 2 team players. Everybody else taking twin drive. They want those extra secondaries. So excuse us. But here we go. In particular, I am looking at that Juliet to go head hunting.
Yeah, that Juliet's going to do a lot of work, but speaking of headhunting, that Asher, right? Spots can dash punch as well. You got to watch out. You cannot be caught sleeping near the edge here. You might get saved by a random drum, but otherwise you are gone. And the chip damage also proving to be quite the factor here. A good jump away from Cyan, the twin drive, allowing for even more evades from this Juno. So they don't have to worry about the Juliet nearly as much. But, we'll see. We'll see. Early on in the game.
Yeah, still very early days. Nice pass there, trying to get it out. And there goes the first one. Yunaka slugs them. And probably the first minute to come as they try to converge on the goal. They do. Symbiotic Sweater with the finish. The barrage just to make absolutely sure. First goal in favor of Das Cute.
Ah, that's such a rough KO as well, right? Respect had full meter and was the goalie and got caught out. And that's something you have to be even more careful of now as the Mako. You get slowed down even more while holding secondary. You're a sitting duck. Use energy burst, Yunaka says. Probably a self-directed ping there, but the barrier still staying alive. Really wants to use the flip after the barrier take. Chooses to use it impatiently and gets punished a little bit.
Yeah, they are still in a good solid position, though. They do take that second barrier, and here comes that possible second one. Yunaka, though, is looking low, so they have to try and guess like whether they're going for it is worth it. They do not. They do get another barrier taken from them, but that barrier is going everywhere. Nice bounce off the center, the punch to stun, and the core goes in. Beautiful play by Yunaka.
Such patience, such counterplay against the Slimes as well. There were Slimes in the way. It worked around them. Off the backboard into the dash punch, and Cutie Patooties, they are looking primed and ready right now as another barrier is taken across the map.
Yeah, 2 barriers, in fact, trying to finish it off real fast. Flip comes out, no sail. They are desperately trying to make this not be like essentially a 6 and out. So they are having to fight very hard for this, but that means trying to find a way to overcome this incredibly consistent and incredibly strong symbiotic midfield defense, as well as this Yunaka just completely threatening. Already showed what they could do with one chance. So you can see why they're constantly getting beat down on. Just a very scary situation for Get Me a Goal that they are trying to navigate, although unsuccessfully at the moment.
Wow, they do so much chip damage. Symbiotic just burns the barrage to damage the Asher, and it's well worth it. As another power play is here for the Cutie Patooties. Looking for a pass up, Torn on the top side. Log, no, the core gets past and a barrier taken on the other end. Yunaka low now, bounced off the Path Splitter, but the Path Splitter looking dangerous on the other end. Crazy bounces off the center as well as the Cutie Patooties. They weather the storm, and what?
Wow, that was Yunaka trying to hunt a little bit for respect, got bounced into the bottom drum and bounced straight into the goal. That was sick, and now it was Give Me a Goal's time there to try and get something happening, but they did manage to weather the storm. Yunaka is back. They need to find some way to break this ironclad defense.
Yeah, it was scary for Torn for a little bit, but it's Symbiotic Sweater, Giga Blast to displace respect, and a shot in before the Mako can reach. The Cutie Patooties a dominant a first set win. And yeah, they're playing so well.
Yeah, no, and good awakenings I'm seeing here. Honestly, it's kind of an embarrassment of riches for Cuties, although that's certainly not to say Gold does not have any options themselves, but I'm leaning definitely Cuties here.
Yeah.
Like already.
The hot shot denied, the Deadeye taken. They can focus down people, and they deny the Juno the win condition. The only thing to really be concerned about is maybe the extra special respect. Good Ensnare Drums usage might save them a little bit here. But other than that, well, we'll see.
Yeah, although that pass splitter came very close to taking out Yunaka. Yunaka still looking low. Very scary at the moment, but like honestly, it's still a bit of a large hill to climb for them. Weird bounce off the center. Well, not a weird bounce, but they had a shot and Torin managed to save it at that point. And they do manage to take out Symbiotic, so maybe something's happening on their side for Get Me a Gold. They are not trying to go quietly into this good night.
Yeah, Spots with the hit stun, making sure Torin can't reach, and a good slide redirect by Cyan to the top side. That's a big goal for a goal here, but they'll need a lot more than that.
My game crashed. My game straight up crashed.
No way.
It's
Okay,
gone.
well,
It's gone. It's out.
back to the screen share we go. You got it?
Yeah, I'm up. Okay, something doesn't want me to watch this game, but we gonna do it anyway.
Yep. Well, we'll see. Spots with the flip available is big, but Yunaka building up those prize fighter stacks now. Already a KO, a big power play now. They're rotating the core around. The passing plays back and forth. They know that this could be the ISS win in their hands, and they're pushing forward for it. A flip from Respect, trying to get it out of there desperately, but Torin will defend on the other end. Symbiotic almost taken out, not quite, and with no meter, the Beta Juliet combo, Flame Flurry into Dash Punch, no elusive, means it's real, and that's the goalie gone. That's another prize fighter stack, but Cyan keeping it away, not quite enough. Yunaka, one shot's all it takes. The slime is good, and they get it out there, but Gold, they're still on the back foot.
Like, it is incredible how Cutie Patooties are playing, even managing to recover from the slight mistakes that they have right there. Giga Blast goes out, was clearly expecting a slightly different bounce than they got, and Respect almost not anticipating that bounce. Good defensive hustle from their end as this core is flying around. Red cores everywhere. Don't blink, you might miss something, and that goes for everybody in and out of this game.
It's a team player moment right now as it gets sent forward once again. Yunaka in position, trying to get a hit stun, not quite enough. They're not playing with the open net quite enough, I feel like, but there's a flip available now. Yunaka could cash out at any moment, doesn't choose to do so right now as the core rotating all the way around. I guess there's a reason why Ultra Dre's not using flip. They get it done anyway.
Maybe, but nice stun slash hit slash Dre just like, I'm just gonna do everything. Okay, great, fantastic. So now it is tied up, but Cuties are looking fairly good, though Symbiotic looking very dangerously low, and Gold still being pressed. Though I wouldn't actually go so far as to say like they're out of it yet. They are fighting, and there are definitely more than a couple of flashes of potential, and flashes of death also, apparently.
Yeah.
Cuties are not willing to let that fly.
The killer instinct from Yunaka, seeing the flip be burned, and Yunaka surviving in the corner. Yo, that bounce was not fair. Yunaka bounced straight up, but bounced off the sidewall somehow instead of getting KO'd on the bottom wall. That was a scam. Spots, you deserve that KO, but since Yunaka's alive, they'll take those. They'll take the life of the goalie, and everything's looking good for the Cutie Patooties.
Oh, man. Cuteness is in the eye of the beholder, and for them, that was cute, but for Gold, that was horrendous. Beautiful feed into the 50-50. Spots just had to guess, and they chose poorly.
Lots of meter on the board for Symbiotic. Yunaka looking on the top side for something here. No meter for Spots. That means it's a Flame Flurry Dash Punch attempt. Not quite. Maybe 1-2 punch would have KO'd there, but still a barrier taken. Yunaka playing the corner game so well here. Spots on the other end trying to get something going, but Symbiotic is getting so many tries, getting it back to Yunaka over and over, and this time taking it themselves with the Giga Blast. It's another dominant set for the Cutie Patooties. They're one set away.
This is looking dire. Let's use that word as we got the main theme playing. Juliet on top, right up front. Take your freaking pick. Built different. Might 1-2 punch.
It's a 1-2
Embarrassment.
punch.
Yeah, it's got to be that 1-2 punch because been slugging all this game. Embarrassment of riches. But Cutie Patooties feeling very cute. Some extra gloves, a little bit of glitz and glam there. Some specs. Got the shades on. Got the dog. Got the mascot going. Whatever they want. It's all cute.
This is a set where Cutie Patooties are looking to style on him. That's Spec Training Giga Blast, Spec Training and Deadeye Giga Blast for Symbiotic here. Basically able to KO the goalie if there's any sort of misposition. And Yunaka, of course, 1-2 punch prize fighter. That is a huge threat. It's just making it so that goal can't really play their game.
Yeah, no, Yunaka is going to be... Yunaka is a predator right now, so watch out. They are on the hunt, but Symbiotic Sweater, sniper, just very dangerous, or maybe a howitzer, whatever you want to call it. These are some very scary folks right now in this set. Could be the finale, but it's clear that they do not want to go out with a fight, but a wild bounce, and Yunaka just like, yo, what's good? And just gets bounced into the corner. Like, this game does not want goal to win. There is nothing going in Cutie Patooties' favor right now. Although that KO is nice. It's a nice bit of a it's a nice something, but they need to make something happen of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Torn with the flip available, flips it defensively to the other side of the world. And that means that it goes all the way around, back to spots. Big opportunity now. And Torn incredibly low. This goalie needs to start walking away. Gets KO'd. And now Symbiotic Sweater stuck on the defense, but has plenty of tools to do so. It looks like barrier still taken. Flip available for Cyan. A Giga Blast to make space. Will stall out for a little bit here. Rebound to the bottom side. But Symbiotic Sweater with the Strike War gets it out of there. And Torn gets it out one last time. Symbiotic another Strike War win. It is dominance from the Cutie Patooties. Even if they lose this point, they outplayed so much.
But Symbiotic gets killed again. Got caught acting a little bit too fresh. Spots was right there, said, no, you don't get to play this game anymore. And they are clawing our goal or get me a goal. They aren't trying to get a goal. They're trying to get anything. They're trying to get any kind of offense happening, but they are clawing and scraping and pulling out all the stops to do it, and I respect them for that. But it's still a very big hill to climb. But hey, if they can keep climbing, then go for it. As the flip comes out, no sail on the barrier take. This defense is just impressive. It takes so much for a drop of blood.
Yeah, Torrent's holding on quite well here, sending it away. Rotating core up to Symbiotic. Good interruption by Cyan, and a rear misstrike by Torrent will mean that goal will get a little bit of momentum here. The barrier's still not taken, though. Torrent's clearing out at the perfect time. Finally, Spots will get it done. And a good strike shot by Respect to keep the pressure going. That back pass down to Spots as well. The goal are on another level right now. It feels like they've woken up.
Yeah, for sure. This is almost like a different team right now. The passing is very good here. They are doing an excellent job at holding. Even their offensive push is actually very good. It's just the defense is astounding right now from Cutie Patooties, but that is not to say anything as this core goes at sonic speeds. One barrier down, two barriers down. It is open nets both sides. Cutie Patooties do not want them to get any momentum. Beautiful bounce. Better kill. Spots again on the warpath right now as they try and get something going on this offensive push.
Yunaka, I'm begging you, please use the flip. It is such a dangerous spot, but they're still alive somehow, the Cutie Patooties. And it's Cyan, but the Tofu Fortress stops it. Now an impossible defense for Torin, but possible if you're Torin. Yunaka doesn't need the flip when Cutie Patooties can do anything.
Oh, yeah.
Anything is possible.
That is sick. Torin might be looking at you saying, what did you say about impossible? Check this noise. We gonna score now. Yunaka, play my song. Trey, play them beats.
Yunaka now incredibly low, but it's Yunaka time. It's just Cutie Patooties. It's their day. It's about who plays better on the day, and we know who's playing better on the day.
Oh god, and it's like 2-on-2 all of a sudden for a brief period of time. It is like goal or scrapping. I'm not even trying to like super glaze Cutie Patooties. They're just playing that good. Goal are playing good. Cuties are playing better. That's the crazy thing about it.
Wait a second, Goal might have what it takes here, but no, another rebound off with the drum. Almost a barrier take for Yunaka, but a strike war win by Symbiotic, another strike war win by Yunaka. This could be the final goal of this ISS season. Spots in position, but so much on the defense available. Flip available for Torin as well as they rotate it around. Yunaka waiting for the perfect opportunity. Not quite this time, and Spots will strike for the flip. Okay, doesn't use the flip. Big chance for a goal here.
Yeah. This is all that they have right now. They are a little bit ahead in injury. Spots has a flip. They need to get this and try and get some kind of momentum. As like the specials are going out, Giga Blast is going out, Tofu Fortress is going out. It's raining, it's pouring, but they trying to weather the storm or get me a goal. And if they can, there might be just a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel. Spots went for it, and it didn't kill.
Oh, Torin rolls forward, takes out Cyan, and that could be the final KO here as one barrier goes down. On the other end, it rebounds, a pass through to Yunaka, looking for the perfect opportunity here. A Giga Blast to Aura Farm one last time, not quite. But the goalie KO'd. Yunaka does it again when you need it to happen. The Ultra Dre Juliet is there. It's an open net now as they're walking the core forwards. Tofu Fortress for good measure. Another KO for good measure. Cyan saves it, but that'll be it. Torin, Cutie Patooties, they win this ISS season.
That was... I'm not going to say that was cute from Cutie Patooties because what we saw there was anything but cute. Let's be real about it. But what it was impressive. The incredible team play from them, just the incredible offense, the incredible, period. Cutie Patooties, what did they do? The incredible. Just everything they did was on point. Had a few blinks, but... I mean, like, if you're launching attacks at like 500 miles per hour, you can blink a little bit. That's fine. Cutie Patooties just walked in, said, "This is our game, Holmes," and proved it.
Yeah, and heading into today, I think prediction was that this would be the closest ISS, and it still is, right? The closest OSAS ISS. Generally, there's a team that dominates this time. Up until the very end, there wasn't. But on the final day, Cutie Patooties, they woke up and they chose to win.
Yeah. Feeling cute. Might win the tournament. No big deal.
All right. It looks like we're going to head down and interview them real quick. I'll drag you. We need to speed run this. But thank you, Cutie Patooties, for keeping us before 1 a.m. Eastern.
Yeah.
Wait, I dragged the wrong person. I didn't drag P-Flare. No, P-Flare, don't leave yet. Okay. We're good. Wait, I need to disconnect, reconnect. Okay. We're back. We're good. And,
Let's go.
Cutie Patooties, how does it feel to win?
It feels amazing.
Feels so freaking awesome.
So,
yeah, you guys went absolutely insane on those last two games. Mad props to you. I am curious, Yunaka, how did you feel? Like, you got the Juliet and just kind of like went to town, but I've got to ask, how did you feel about the game itself deciding you are worthy, you will be spared?
I definitely didn't pay off Aesop's smile.
that bounce was illegal. Spots
That
that
was
one
so
KO.
funny. That was so funny. Broke into laughter there.
Yeah, but heading into today, I think most people predicted that this, well, it was the closest OSS ISS so far. But at the very end, you cutie patooties just activated and it did not look close at all, I guess. What happened? How did you mesh together so well?
I guess so. One thing we've struggled a lot with was like nerves and like kind of playing fast in situations like that and kind of messing up. We lost two finale qualifying matches in week 1 and 3. So after week 3, we kind of just locked in and tried to figure out how to play into nerves, and I mean, haven't looked back.
And Symbiotic Sweater, you dominated quite a bit in the midfield. On the Kai as well. Is that like your comfort pick? Is that something that you play really often?
Kai is the backup pick. We just felt like it was needed. Yeah, I wanted the Estelle on Oni, but they did a good job of taking it. And then the Kai's obviously really good into Juno on Tycho. So it felt necessary. It ended up working out. I'm glad it did.
Yeah, it did not look like the backup pick. It looked
No.
very good.
No,
Thank
you're
you.
cooking.
Symbiotic Sweater is the goat.
True.
And Torin, back to you again. Earlier on in the day, the pushing up was getting called out, but in grand finals, you were just the third offensive member, and it was so consistent. I guess. Can you talk to me a little bit more about how you push up so often?
Yeah, I guess pushing up is, I don't know, it feels really good because we can get like that 3-character offense going and get like a bunch of pressure for a long time. So I've been kind of adding that to my playstyle over the past like 3 months or so, and I've put like a lot of effort into trying to not get punished for it. And yeah, like I think the biggest thing that went wrong game 1 is I need really, it takes a lot of focus and effort to be up there, and there's the full empty field behind you, and you can't mess up once. Otherwise, that's a barrier or a goal. So, game 1, getting into things, don't think I was fully locked in yet, but after that, I had the warm up, got warm, started cooking.
And Yunaka, Ultra Dre. That last game was.
Dash punch.
Yeah. You want to talk about it?
Dash punch.
Thank you.
No, but actually, my teammates are so goated. Like, in any situation, I have 2 things in my head: do I dash punch here, or do I back pass here? Back passing is so crazy. I love it so much. I back pass my team, and they win the game for me. It's awesome.
I mean, yeah, you're the goat, Trey.
Couldn't do without you guys.
Couldn't do it without you.
Cute.
We make a good team.
Oh yeah.
Well, I gotta thank you once again for the decisive win because it means that I can go to sleep before 1 a.m. Eastern. And any shout outs you want to do? Just like one at a time.
I mean, I'd like to shout out Zach Smack and Grimella, who have coached us a lot. Grimella just coached us 2 days ago, and I mean, we went from losing against Get Me a Goal in last week's finale matches to beating them twice. So the Grimella coaching was quite helpful.
Also, shout out to the other members of our team. Smags unfortunately couldn't be here today. She's at a wedding in the middle of nowhere. But our teammates have been so helpful in helping us prepare, helping us scrim, helping be a really wonderful influence on the team. So shout out to them as well.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to Blah Blah, my goat.
So real, that guy's amazing.
Like, all of his tips are just so good. That guy brawls. He's a brawler.
Mm-hmm. Very good one, and very good coach too.
Incredible coach.
Oh yeah, it was pointed out in chat earlier that. Wait a second, this Yunaka player plays exactly like we. Wait a second.
Yeah, literally.
Hmm.
Win from the best.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I guess that's it. So thank you everyone for watching and playing in another season of ISS. See you next time, and I guess see you for Starcade tomorrow, where hopefully people will have fun as they battle against the super team of Liari Lilybun and the L's and the 3 million NASA players who have S in their name. And anyway, thanks for watching. Congratulations, Cutie Patooties. See you tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you for putting on this tournament. It was a lot of fun.
Oh yeah.
GG's.